Okay. I hit the start button a little bit early, but who cares? Ah, jeez. Kind of happy that the subway... the subway near me is quite good, so it's like... It's one of those things where it's the... I would say it's the boon of a franchised... Oh, I almost dropped the controller. It's the boon of, like, franchised locations, you know, the ones where it's like they're run independently, but, you know, they just share, like, a general identity with other places. Is that since the quality can be a bit inconsistent, it's like, it's kind of nice when you find one where it's like, oh, it's good, you know? And that feels nice. But in the case of the one I go to, it's like, it's just nice. And it's like, it's one of those things where it sounds silly, and it's like, it's also one of those things where it's like, I imagine for some people, it's like their local place isn't very good. Which happens, unfortunately, but it's one of those things that local franchises can be rather fascinating when you look at them. Kind of a shame. I think it's also kind of a shame that so many things aged weirdly, you know? Like, some things aged like wine and other things aged like cheese. Technically, it can get better with time, but it's more like, I don't know, it's not like really it's not really a craft thing to age out something like that, you know? Oh well, what are you gonna do? Some things it's just, okay, well, the passage of time has come, what are you gonna do? I don't know what it is, but I'm looking at the microphone and I keep seeing, maybe it's just the way I talk or something, but I keep seeing the levels are not quite what I expect when I'm talking. I don't know. I've been trying to edit my microphone for ages now, and I haven't had much feedback other than, oh yeah, sounds good. Like, okay. What are you gonna do, you know? Okay. Where were we last time? I remember most of it, but I remember, like, the stuff with I remember the photograph they showed in the news display about the Gramarys that I'm a little scared of. Let's see, yeah, because we have the ticket for the magic show. We have the envelope from Mr. Right with the Grammarly symbol on it. Which, curious. And also, I am not allowed to look inside of it. Interestingly enough, I have not been allowed to look inside it. Even with the device that Emma has. Because Emma let us scan, we're able to scan stuff. We have these portraits, which we also can't scan. A coffee cup. This reads Misham. There's the large plum in the foreground. I've presented a bunch of stuff to her, and she hasn't really helped me out much. And... Can I present this one? No. But I remember that last time I got stuck a little bit. We're trying to solve the murder of a artist who was poisoned. And the current suspect is his daughter, which I don't know how likely that is. Yeah, because she's also unconscious. Presented a bunch of stuff. Kind of want to present this to him. Okay, but yeah, and also Phoenix has been on the south side of useless for me. Yeah. I'm trying to present stuff to him, and it's like, well, send. Yeah. Presenting the attorney's badge does nothing. So, unfortunately, we have the main problem is that we haven't really found anything that I can present to somebody that'll give us any help. I kind of want to present this to him and see what he says. Bears the Gramarye seal. Huh. Uncle Valet? Something wrong? Ah, here we go. Trucy, where did you get this? Huh? Dad gave it to me. Your dad. My partner's Zach Grit. No. My other dad. Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. This signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Gramarye. Oh. Dad signed this. Oh. So I did need to present this to Valent. Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Okay, so presenting that to him also gave us some information, I see. Huh. Okay, well, that's interesting. Interesting. 100%. Oh, nope. I presented him the ticket. Then the ticket, and he doesn't say anything. Okay. Okay, but I did need to present that to Valent because apparently he is very concerned with this, with the contents of this thing. Okay, I didn't actually know that. Okay, we didn't do that last time, so that's good. Can I talk to her about science stuff? Forensic science. Okay, can I present her this letter so we can look inside of it? Do not open till the time is right. Okay, we can't present her this, I don't think. Nope. Okay, we can't present this. Let's see. Under the letter. We just did the X-ray detection thing. This is, I guess now we're at that point again where there's something I didn't do already that needs to be done, and I don't know what it is. We're back in this section again, this part of the world again, where I have to figure out how to find the information I need. Unfortunately, I have no idea. I will say, the reason we're streaming today rather than Thursday is because we do have the Game Awards are this week, so me and a friend are gonna watch it. I would stream it, but I think I did that one year, and it just was kind of like, first off, I'm not affiliated, so it's one of those things where it's like, well, I have to go through all those channels, and I don't feel like getting clapped for copyrighted music because I decided to stream something, you know? And that's all, that happens a fair bit. I have to watch it really carefully, and that can be kind of frustrating. Kind of takes away from the viewing experience, you know? Because then you're worried about, you know, you're worried about having to keep talking. And also having to, you know, hit the button on that stuff. Which can be awkward. Let's see. Probably much else. Is there anything else I can do? Or let me go back to, maybe go back to write anything, and I'm gonna present him the letter because I'm curious. Oh, nope, he didn't care. Got it. Okay. How about the detention center? Nope. Okay, you know what I could do actually is, I guess we could go back to the stadium and see if we can talk to, maybe Valent will give us some insight as to what happened. Talk. Can I ask him about it? No. He knows nothing, but maybe he knows the painting. I don't know. Nope. No, he doesn't. Okay, yeah. I've tried to figure... I feel like Valent was really just for this letter thing. But I don't really know what else to do with that. I guess I could investigate the area. Change the sign since our last case. It's all Gaviners back then, wasn't it? Hope nothing bizarre mysterious happens this time. But it shall. Why, the show itself will be bizarre mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal. I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this. I see. Crowds. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gaviners concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Aha. Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be? What, really? Yeah. Grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me. You're gonna make the Coliseum disappear, right? Ah. Oh, oops. Looks like I was right. Apollo, I can't believe you used your power of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really. Valent's just like, how do you even know? Granted, now I'm kind of curious how he's gonna do that. Oh, hey, balloon. Hot air balloon. With the Gramarye seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all, and it's been 7 years, you know. Spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. Hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valent. I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. Those sure seem excited about it. It's a big deal for magicians. You know what's funny? Every time I think of magicians and stuff, there's only one magician I think of. Because I've seen a couple of magic shows in person, but there's one in particular I think of when it's like the first thought. And it's they used to do magic shows in the basement of a casino in Aruba. And I remember seeing the show. I remember seeing the show there in the basement of that casino more than a few times. Hey, Naraktham, how you doing? Yeah, first. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's a Tuesday and I stream. It feels weird. Oh god, because I didn't want to stream on Thursday because the Game Awards would be kind of. I think streaming on the same day as the Game Awards is like, it feels like a messy gambit for somebody whose whole thing is games. Don't think I can do that. Blue Badger. The creature. He was handing out balloons during our last case too. Is that a creature here, Apollo? Poor guy. Sorry, was I mean somehow? You know how hot it is inside one of those suits. He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last. I take the fun of seeing the Blue Badger. Yep. Okay, I think I've gotten everything out of this area at least. I hope so, at least. I don't really know what else I'm supposed to do. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I have much more information I can get. But, yeah. But that magician show, I remember seeing it, and there was one time I got I was called up as a volunteer and I got levitated. I have the picture somewhere in the house. I think the photograph is somewhere in the house. I'm pretty sure. I have to find it. We keep everything anyway, so. I heard recently that, what was it? It was doing good day off today. My normal day off, but I get to watch the Fox Man in Peace. Yeah, very good. Good to have a day off though. I guess funny thing, I had a realization that, so I put aside 7 days of like apportioned days off for me, right? I call them mental health days, you know, just a day where it's like, okay, I really need to take a day off and like, you know, go kick my feet up, stay in my pajamas, do nothing. Apparently I only used 3.5 of them this year. The half being that I started a day, did a half day's work, and then kind of like petered out. But had a realization I did not take enough breaks this year. Part of that was Madman's Dice at the end there was kind of rocky, but we got it to work though, so it worked out okay. But it is one of those things now where it's like, have to account for that. But, oh man. Yeah, Thursday's gonna be interesting because I'm gonna the Game Awards should be a fascinating time, I think. If nothing else, it will bring us a lot of new stuff to be excited about. I feel kind of bad, of all the games that came out this year, I feel bad for the one I'm thinking of is Metroid Prime 4. I feel bad for it a little bit because it was in the oven for so long, and then it comes out and I haven't really seen anybody talking about it in like a fun way. And that kind of made me a little sad. Got announced so many times and then it comes out and it's like, oh, okay, it came out, cool. Which is kind of a shame. Like Silksong felt like it got the proper landing. And then Metroid Prime 4 came out and it's like, oh, okay. It's sad to say it like that, but it's like that's what it felt like, you know? Like some games they take a long time and the transfer of energy from day one to day of release feels about, you know, it feels like, okay, we maintain the momentum even though it was a long time. But it doesn't feel that way with some games. I actually had an interesting analogy I came up with about, in regards to characters, you know, storytelling and what I call the transfer of energy. And in most cases, it's, my brain likes to look at antagonists with this, where, because some games, they have to like kind of baton pass the antagonistic energy of characters from one to the other. The one I'm thinking of on the top of my head is like Persona 5 is a great example of this, where you have to be able to maintain the player's desire to deal with bad guys. And it's kind of like the bad guys have to baton pass the, like, okay, the ire of the player has to go to the next guy. And it has to naturally escalate, and also, like, you don't lose any momentum going forward. And Persona 5 does a good job of that, where it's like each one, it feels like it gets worse, but it also feels like you don't lose anything for going to the next guy. You know, it's like, okay, I can transfer the energy from one to the other pretty well. Like Fuga 2 has that, it was like seamless. It was like superconductor type thing where, okay, the energy from one character to the next there's no energy loss. Because to me, it kind of feels like the transfer electricity, where in most mediums, there's a loss of energy when you go from one to the next. And I think most stories have a loss of energy when you're changing things between, you know, chapters. Even some of mine, I can look at that and be like, yeah, I can see where this section, and naturally you want the energy to kind of like, you still want the stakes to go up and you want the story intensity to go up as you go, but you do want the energy level to be a bit of a sine wave, just so you can give your reader or your player some time to rest. In the case of Fuga, it does it pretty well with the intermissions, and in Persona they do it with the days off and, you know, the different low and high points. And in this game's case, it's that each case comes back down to a resting point and then it goes up again. But you have to you have to pick up your energy. You have to pick your energy back up again. In some games, the transfer of energy can sometimes end up causing, I like to say that it kind of causes a bit of a halt. You know, you lose some momentum. I think Final Fantasy IX unfortunately had that at the very end. I think it worked pretty well until the final boss. Like Kuja, fantastic. Like the transfer from Braun to Kuja was really, really good. And then the transfer at the end of Final Fantasy IX feels like, huh? I'd even say, arguably, even though it's my favorite, I would say that Final Fantasy 13 has some issues with that a lot. But some games have this issue it's like an issue. It's an issue. In other games, it's just, okay, yeah, it feels like a natural, you know, passing of our attentions. I will say I'm yapping a lot because, to be entirely honest, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm trying to work it out in the back of my head, and I'm trying to figure out what information I'm missing, and I don't know what it is. There's a piece of info I must be missing, and I don't know what it is. And I've been staring at this long enough where I'm thinking, okay, what is the piece of information that I don't have that I need to find? Because I've tried presenting a bunch of stuff to her. And I'm not gonna lie, the thing that's kind of getting to me is... I think the thing that's getting to me a little bit is that I've been trying to find... I'm trying to find the info that I desire. Meow. I'm trying to find something and I just can't find it. Whatever the info is that I'm supposed to find, I just straight up don't know what it is. Oh, the plum. Did I not check this? Hey, Paul, this painting, I know it. Oh, really? It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river. This giant peach comes afloating on down. That might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard. Okay, well that... You know what? It's no new information, but it is... It's something. Meow. Spin the pizza box. I don't know why. I'm thinking of that... Someone edited that video of, thinking of Walter White, and it's that bit where he... I'm thinking of that bit where he throws the pizza and someone edited Wii Sports UI over it. And I just remember that very well for some reason. It's now replaying in my head where it's like, nice shot! Just let the pizza lands on the seal on the roof. Veramisham, Veramisham. You say it 3 times, maybe the evidence will arrive. Ow. Veramisham. This, meow. If I spin this enough, maybe I'll find the information I need. Barcode. Barcode. Attorney's badge. Fireball. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. Tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. That's nice. That's nice. Just that's nice. Okay. Ah. Inspect the evidence. Hey, Joe, how's it going today? Hope you're doing well. I like that investigating this evidence is just stare at a PNG. Thank you, game. Emma, can you, like, help? Okay, let me go. I don't know, man. Let me go talk to Phoenix. I need help. I need help, man. Val, can you tell me about Valent? Oh yeah, so we talked about the Valent. Get slapped a bunch. Why not go with her? Hear about that tomorrow regardless. Oh my god. Get an update, hydration time, live checking. Thank you for all that, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, with water in my system. Update. I'm still doing part-time work stuff. Had some fun trying to solve an issue today that, I'm gonna be honest, I got real tired of it real fast because it's like, for some reason, the way that the code base we have, because I wasn't there for the setting up everything, and the more I stare at the code base, the more it feels like I'm staring into a rabbit hole, and the more I look at it, I'm like, dude, please don't. I don't want to Alice in Wonderland my way into refactoring all of this. That's gonna hurt. And by the way, refactoring means to rewrite, like doing major rewrites, and there's a fair bit of code that feels like it's fighting, like, simplicity. It's like the general thing that you want to do, at least from my experience, is start with getting the simplest functionality done first, and then expand it. You know, it's like starting from, it's sort of like, well, this is one thing I do find with looking up tutorials for like Godot or Unity or Unreal, is if you're looking up specific functionality and you're not starting from the beginning of the topic, you can end up inadvertently jumping a couple steps, you know? See, Morrowind on your list, and Madfather will wait until next year. I feel like Madfather, I forget how long that one is. I think it's 1 or 2, that would be 1 or 2 streams, I think. I haven't played it in a long while. I know I've played it before, but it is quite good. Morrowind, I have never played. I do... Why is Phoenix Wright hobo-coded in this one? Because he's 7 years off of losing his attorney's badge, and he's been kind of just being a dad. Because Trucy, Trucy's not actually his daughter. I actually didn't know that. I thought she was, but she's daughter by adoption, not by... Hi, Julian. How you doing, by the way? How you doing? Trucy is his daughter by the law, not by blood, which I thought was kind of interesting. But yeah, that's why he's hobo-coded, as you say. Trucy is a cutie. She's very funny. I do think that to put it nicely, she is the replacement for Maya in this game, and I do like Trucy a fair bit. I do think Mr. Hat is an unnecessary touch. As much as I like Mr. Hat's design, I don't think he's a necessary touch for the story. At least from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like he's necessary. Or anything else I can do? The trial simulation. I'm gonna ask him about it again. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing as last time. Yeah, it's the same. It's the last time. I was just here older versions in the next game. I don't know how much older she's gonna get, because I know Maya. At the very least, my guess is that Maya isn't gonna get much older either, because it's 7 years. So, well, it was 7 years since the first 3. So, okay, I'm gonna check the detention center again. Nope. Okay. Okay. What am I missing then? I've checked the court record over and over, and I don't think I understand what I'm supposed to go do. Examine. I don't think I need to examine. Well, let me examine this then. Magician in the photo, is that your real dad? Yep. Zach Gramarye. He disappeared when I was little. Hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. I see. She's smiling, but I'll bet that smile doesn't go very deep. Yep. Okay. I do not... there's a bunch of stuff here, but this is all stuff for, like, investigating if you just want to know more about the right agency. I guess I'll examine the plant. Plant's good. The plant. It intrigues you, doesn't it? The plant. Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No secrets, but lots of memories. And a name, too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. I mean, Charlie's pretty good. There's a guillotine. It's a tiny one. It's a tiny one. No one practicing the piano as usual, even calling a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm going to guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What, was I making a funny face or something? Arg, I'm so hungry. Alright, I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it, you guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking, it's what you're thinking. How did you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? Okay. Tiny guillotine was not what I needed. Phoenix, what am I supposed to do? I talked to Valent. I showed him the freaking letter. Can I show him it a second time? Can I present him this? Can I present it to him a second time? The signature. That's none other than Zach Gramarye. Perhaps I might take a look inside. No means no. Truce's father didn't want us to open it yet. Dear Lord Daddy. Why? Look at me in this envelope. Okay, so that's the one we saw earlier. I'm gonna push ad breaks back one time. Snooze that for a moment. I straight up don't know what they want from me. I presented a bunch of stuff. I can't present anything to him. And I've talked to him about everything I can. And I've examined this place down top to bottom. Oh god. Okay. Can I present her the sketch one? Okay. Can I... If you had a good reason, without it, sorry. But I've... God dang it. Okay. What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a close look at it, both of you. I'll get this one. The third painting you worked on. Yeah, they're the same. I was hoping you'd find that. Right, though, Drew Mission was copying this painting. Pretty good. Copying a painting, what for? Yeah, see, that's the thing. I know that there's a connection here, but I straight up can't... For some reason, I can't progress this point, and I don't know what they want me to do with it. Can I present and then present? But work on our own. Yes. I've done that enough times now. Yeah, this is where I got stuck last time, and I remember I said I was like, okay, I'll figure it out next time. And now it's next time, and it's now my problem. And I'm not any closer to solving what the sequence of events they want me to do is. I remember Case 3 had a similar thing where I had to just keep looking for something. I know Case 2 I also had the problem where I didn't check everything. For some reason, I don't think, because Right Agency never has anything that's plot relevant. Can't believe you're using this cutting a person box as shelf space. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You really examine your props before the show. Yep. Hat. What's in this hat again? It looks exactly like the one you always wear. That's the first rule of a professional. Be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day, and this strange white substance fell like magic. Or like fingerprint powder. Oh, the fingerprint powder. That's right. Why'd they have to call it strange white substance? A lot of people run into that table, you know. Like some client knocked the pot clean out over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Oh, maybe the table is partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap. Ah. It's over here. Let's see. Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo? No, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There. Youch. You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there. Human body wasn't meant to bend like that. What is he talking about? Fake spaghetti. Plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in a shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? Okay. Alright, well, I have checked... Okay, so we've checked basically everything here. Ah, those legal books were left by my mentor. I bet I gave up the practice for reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. Those would be Trucy's. Okay. So remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do some magic too. A scary thought. if Phoenix learns magic, we're all doomed. Okay. Okay. And presenting stuff to him is next to not useful. Yeah, because I've tried presenting a bunch of stuff to him, and he just says, oh yeah, presenting. He makes a joke about presenting, and it's like, cool. Thank you. What about this? Nope, just... Yeah, I already tried the attorney's badge, too. He doesn't even have dialogue about that. this. Nope. God bless. Okay. Just Alright, I feel like what have I done, man? And Vera's not here because I can't. Same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Uh-huh. You plan on playing all 3 in succession or pause in between the 3 games? I'm not 100% sure because I know that I do know 2 things. One, I do have precedent for pausing due to the clause I used for the Falsebound Kingdom for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I said that I would at some point go back and finish the other 2 campaigns of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Falsebound Kingdom when I had some time, which I was thinking I might do something like maybe a Saturday series for it, like a day, like, you know, maybe a Saturday morning stream or something during the during the day, which now that I say that out loud, I probably won't because Saturday day streams never work. So it probably end up becoming, if I have time, well, I guess the problem is I don't know. The tough thing I've learned is that unless I go full time, which implies me using a bunch of my nights to stream rather than days, because for some reason my day streams do really weird. Like some days are fine, but most days, if I try to do a stream during the day, it just kind of it doesn't really catch any traction. I don't know why though. I haven't really figured it out. But on the other hand, when I played the first trilogy of Ace Attorney games, I played through all 3 in succession. So what I figure is going to happen is the month of December is going to have a buffer. Like once this game finishes, my plan was to fill the rest of the month with one-off games and streams, because that kind of makes more sense to me. And then once we go, because I could roll over into January, but I figured with the number of story-driven games we've been playing lately, I didn't really want to have like a week and change of like awkward streams, you know, where it's just I keep doing like this week where I keep moving the streams back and forth on the days. So I figured in January I would, because I could start Wednesday and Thursday, I would do the next game in this trilogy, and I decided myself to do Fuga 3 on my, like, just by myself, in terms of, like, I just want to play the game on stream, not, it wasn't redeemed for. So I'm gonna go do that, because it's real good, and I want to see the trilogy to the end. Madfather, I think, could fit for December, though. I was just curious because I couldn't remember what you decided. Honestly, Madfather, given it's an RPG Maker game, and not like that decries it. It's more like it's of an era that I remember that if you have some idea where you're going, you can kind of zoom. But in that game's case, I also know that I could probably play through it a bit faster just because my nerves for horror have been kind of tempered. So I wouldn't be freezing up too badly. That'd be nice. We could probably do that sometime. Maybe I know this Sunday we're doing Master Duel. Maybe the next Sunday. That'd be pretty good. We could probably do that the next Sunday. And then I'm trying to think of like what we would do. It kind of depends on if we finish this game or Fuga in rapid pace. On a side note of rapid pace, where in the goddamn Madfather and Misao are by the same developers? I can see it. I know that I also have Cat in the Box and Witch's House, which are of like, they're kind of the same DNA, the same lineage. I guess that's something that Madman's Dice kind of felt like, was that it felt a bit like I was trying to channel the energy of those games. I do feel kind of bad when people look at it's something I actually found out is a paradoxical relationship with RPG Maker stuff. And it's something I found out because of Red Genie, was that there, like, among RPG Maker developers, there's this insane, how would I best put it? It's sort of like a hatred for the default art assets. because if you're using them, then clearly it's like, oh, you're trying to put a price tag on. First time seeing RPG makers with Witch's House and Mad Father and the like. Yeah, it was for me too. I remember Misao back in the day when Let's Players were just getting started. But a lot of RPG Maker developers have a real big they really hate RPG Maker art. They hate the default art style, like the original artwork. With Madman's Dice, I wasn't able to do as much custom stuff as I wanted. I was able to make something that I really am proud of. And the artwork, I think I was able to make it work very well. And not to mention the fact that I feel really proud of my writing in that game. But I have figured out that for some reason, it's like very much crabs in a bucket when it comes to RPG Maker developers. Where it's like, oh, you're making something that isn't relying on an art style. For some reason, it's like if you don't have like a special art style and you have to make do like in terms of in-game assets with the, the stuff that RPG Maker has, it's like they really want you to not succeed. They hate it if you're trying to do that. I don't know what the deal's with that. But then I found this out only because of, discussing with people. Most consumers, most players who are playing RPG Maker games, unless they've played like 100+ RPG Maker games, and they actually are focused on the art, like in terms of trying to determine if it's default art assets, most of the time they don't actually care. Like, it's like, oh, it looks nice, and the game is good. And that's what players like. I haven't really found any people who play a lot of RPG Maker games who get upset when they see RPG Maker assets in the game. It's like, most of the time they're focused on the writing. Like Cat in the Box has a bunch of default assets. Oh, ad break. God dang it. But Cat in the Box has a bunch of default assets, and the only reason you can't see it super well is because, like, you can't tell immediately, is because of the camera filter. But even then, the camera filter doesn't hide it. Those things where it's like, it's sleight of hand, and I don't know. I found it very frustrating from what I've seen, because it's only developers who care about it. Can you make a game to run on WinMe on a PS Vita? I found a video that someone installed me on a PS Vita ad jail. I see. PS Vita. What does it want from me? What do you want from me, game? God dang it. I don't know what the game wants from me. I'm like, I feel like I'm driving myself a bit nuts because I'm staring at this just thinking, what am I doing? God dang it. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. What do we want? What in the evidence do we want? They seriously... Well, it's like I'm staring... I think the problem is that I've checked everything that makes logical sense to me, And man, what do you want from me? What do you desire from me, game? Coffee mug? No, I've already presented this, haven't I? I already presented this? Coffee mug. No, I'm not talking. I suppose you are the detective here. Why don't you two take a look yourselves? Find a clue that might be able to lend a hand. And I've checked this already. Thought I checked it already. Look there, that stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. It must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. It tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. Stain is probably better ask Emma. Wait, that wasn't... You gotta be kidding me. Is that the only thing I needed? Present. Coffee. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Ah, that. Well, it's just a rumor, but I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. Pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science, I knew your hobby was behind this somehow. I see. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? Okay. The spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. Oh, that's cool. Back, alright. But yeah, I was talking about RPG Maker stuff, and yeah. It's just like, I know that with my own games, the problem is that I am a game developer first and a game designer first, not an artist. And I also write music, so it's like, a lot of my work in both Madman's Dice and Red Genie was in the music and the gameplay. And the artwork I had to do, you know, like, I have some custom stuff, but most of it's like, okay, I'm making do with what I have. And what I've learned is that in the community of making RPG Maker games, a lot of developers have that crabs in a bucket mentality of, well, you're you're using default art assets, so we want to mog on your game. And it's like, I don't get it. I don't quite understand it. I imagine that that I throw the stone and it'll hit the first dog that yelps, but it's weird. It's very strange to me. Because the focus is on making a good game. It's like, I've seen plenty of games that use RPG Maker art assets that are, to put it nicely, I have seen a number of times where those assets are used in great effect. Case in point, and I'm going to point this out so that people can go and look at it and be kind of concerned. Vampire Survivors uses RPG Maker assets everywhere. Like, the art assets are, like, it's one of those things where I recognize that that the assets are free use if you bought RPG Maker. It still feels very weird to see a game like Vampire Survivors that just blatantly uses a bunch of tile sets and stuff from that. The poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Nice. It's amazing. Really is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more. Should try buttering up Apollo. Say flattery will get you everywhere. Starting with talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. Okay, the solution is use a test for atroquinine. Okay. So the deadly poison in the autopsy. Getting excited, best tread lightly. One of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed in the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Guess what? Recent research has shown... I don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. Want to try it too, Emma? Okay. Don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Oh, I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. This reaction. Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Those hapless witnesses on the stand. Done checking for real poisons. Okay. Well, I'm gonna spray a bunch of things and see what we can get. Oh, we got sprayed in the mouth. But, yeah, I am excited. I would be excited to play Mad Father, though, because it's been a while since I've played it. Would like to see it. Oh, I see. Over here. He's pointing over here somewhere. Where am I looking for? Just spraying everything. I'm setting fires all over the place. I don't even know what I'm looking for at this point. But at least I've been given a button and something to just spray everywhere, so it's fine. Not seeing anything. Kind of surprised I've seen nothing so far, so... Meh. You'd think it'd be the poisonous fish. But... in any case, I am excited. I feel like with RPG Maker stuff, though, I think that The thing I understand about RPG Maker is that to me it's more about gameplay and story, like the things in the game. I think artwork can get you somewhere, but I don't think it's the be-all end-all. Because there's plenty of games that have done pretty well that... Like, there's one I'm thinking of called Doom and Destiny. Morrowind, though, I will say, try to find dead bodies that don't despawn in the game. The boxes and chests will eat your loot that you store in them. I see, I see. Kind of funny that it's, like, kind of the opposite of Morrowind and Skyrim, where you can find boxes that work that way. Okay, you know, I know that she said she sprayed everything suspicious, but what am I supposed to hit? I sprayed just about everything. Go crab dusting. That's what it feels like. I don't really know what it... I'm guessing I'm supposed to hit something with this, but I don't really know what I'm supposed to hit with this stuff. Like, what? Which thing in this room is poisoned? It doesn't seem like... I don't really think I understand. Like, I have to... I'm spraying everything. I don't know what... What do you want from me? Too bad no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second, what is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out just to be sure. Oh, come on! You have to spray near like an idiot, and then it's like, oh, you just have to back out. Come on, man. Wait, the tiny portrait is poisoned? Bad devs. Reaction, Apollo. Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look. Oh, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame. Bears traces of deadly poison. So it's a frame? So wait, why is it there like a strip of poison on it? Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. So Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. Thought so. I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. His name is Spark Brushel. He's after a scoop to sell to the paper, so a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. Does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Okay. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Oh. Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. Wasn't Valent Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. Got some big show lined up, I hear. He's out interviewing Valent. Okay. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Okay, I do want to present this to see if she says anything. Can I present this? Okay, never mind. Never mind. Spark Brushel. Guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really, what's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. I don't know how to become a rock star too while I'm at it. Oh. Top dollar for information. God, this guy looks like a freak. What the heck is that? Actually, wait, that guy, he looks kind of like an Ed and Eddie character. he's got like the face like Ed. Talk. Question. I'm gonna present him the card. Do you know this person? A journalist is here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name is Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Can you tell us more about him? What did he want? Oh, brother. I'm guessing this guy wasn't very fun to be around. Man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valent's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. Thanks, Valent. That is all. That's all? Very confusing. Oh. And to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died, what of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramarye. Uncle Val, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. To the detention center? He's a rude individual. I see that card. Sure. He would tear apart my respectability, I will tear apart him. Ooh, here it comes, Apollo. Val's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? He's just laughing. Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? Must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. Good God. Why do you leave, Miss Drucy? Thanks, Uncle Valent. Okay, cool. 3 days from now. Make ready for a miracle. Why do I have the worst feeling on the planet that that's not going to happen? What do you think that journalist is after? Why did Valent react like that to this envelope? He's time to pay the detention center another visit. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that Valent definitely did something stupid. I don't know what he did, but he did something stupid. But then again, I don't think that's out of character for him. It is now... What time? Visitor's room. Oh, no time. Oh, God, I love this game and this chapter is so fun. I'm really curious what's going to happen next. Hey, Mirror, how you doing? Doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. There's someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? How you doing? Who might you be? Oh, no. I'm okay. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I will say I'm deeply scared by this pencil-looking man. Oh, no. Why is his face like this? I will say, on your guys' screen, it looks more like Aftershave. Let's see if he likes this guy versus Stickler. Oh, God. I will say, on my TV, for some reason, the colors are a bit blasted. So it's like, his aftershave looks, like, perturbingly bright. It looks like clown makeup, actually. Oh, I see! He's the entire circus. I'm thinking of that clown from, I think it was the second Ace Attorney game. I'm thinking of the clown who keeps telling puns, and then he gets really tired of it after a while. And he feels bad about it. I remember him, Mo. Yes, Mo. I remember Mo. And it's like, Mo is just a clown. This guy is the entire circus. Also, man, why does he looks like a character from My Friendly Neighborhood. I'm now thinking about, he looks like one of the new headcanon. This is Mo's son. This is the guy who they modeled all the puppets after in My Friendly Neighborhood. This is how, oh, what's his name? This is how the long one was made. Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. Apollo, Justice Attorney at Law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice? You. Oh, he looks like a serial killer. What is that? You know me. Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand until they spill beans. End quote. Oh, that's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Ooh, you're Trucy. Yeah, am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. That's so not true. What is this guy? Hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Speaking of panties. Oh, God. Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? Ooh, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote. Okay, you know what? Stickler was okay by Fangamer has a Trucy panty bag. Oh my God. You can buy the bag. I feel like I feel like if I were ever to go to a convention and have as many different references to things I've streamed, I would need to have one of those as a bag. I need to make all my backpacks into stuff like that. I know the last convention I went to, I used the bag I got from pre-ordering Infamous 2 back in the day. Posted in the Discord. I need to look at that. I feel like I know one of these days I do need to go to more conventions, though. I went to one with Emeraldo. It was quite fun. And I wasn't able to cosplay, but I wore my Infamous 2 sling bag, and I was able to get a lot of cool stuff there. My keychain has never been more full. But I actually found out something kind of interesting. Oh hi Vera. Should have guessed. Where's my manners? Name's Brushel, Spark Brushel. Not picky. Journalist just closes his eyes, writes. End quote. A nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins. Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem madness, and I can see that. He's writing something again. Why is he writing it on his arm? Well, he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. But, I actually found out I have a weird aversion to meeting celebrities. I figured this out because I remember there was like a bunch of like famous actors and like different voice actors at this convention, and I had a realization that it's like I don't really want to pay for I don't want to pay for an autograph, and I wasn't really like I didn't really have anything to say. I was like it's like I don't know, it just kind of occurred to me. I'm like, what do I say? What do I talk about when I meet someone like that? It's like I know I'm there to meet them, but it's like that would be what I go up to their stand for, but it's like, okay, what do I don't know, it just felt like weird to me. It felt like an alien concept. Okay, let me ask about him. So Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Huh? Oh, this... Okay, you know what? You know what's the funny? I don't think it excuses Stickler. Like, the flaws with Henry Stickler are not excused because of Spark Brushel, but it just, like, it baffles me that Henry Stickler was like, okay, he's okay. You know what? It's like... But I don't think it's wise that... I don't think it's wise, though, that Stickler is like, by comparison, okay, because we have a more vile creature. Like, a more demonic entity. Like, I don't think that's exactly how it works, you know? Like, I don't think if someone gets to rock bottom that you bring a shovel, that you excuse the stuff above it, you know? Like, you don't get to the 7th level of hell and then, like, dig to a secret, like, -1 level and say, yeah, but that stuff up above in the other parts of hell isn't so bad, right? It's like, I don't think that's how it works. Well, these guys are following their curiosity. One's a thief, one is a reporter. Oh, it's like, let's be both equally as bad, let's be real. Yeah, it's just like, you know what it is, though? I think with Stickler, it's like, I can excuse Stickler because... You know what I think is the reason I can excuse Stickler? Stickler is a college student, and when I was in college, I did a bunch of dumb stuff. Relatively. But it's like, I did dumb stuff in college. I made some bad decisions, so I'm like, Phil Stickler is just awkward. Yeah, and it's like, but he's a college student. I'm like, okay, you know what? He's like, like in his 20s, he's still figuring stuff out. That's fine. This guy is 36 years old, looks like this. He looks like a goddamn pencil. He's got the Pennywise smile and a 5 o'clock shadow that actually casts like that. Doesn't mean any harm. He's just trying to figure out something, so he can't let it go until he has an answer relatable. Yeah, it's like he just has hyperfixations. I'm okay with Stickler having a hyperfixation now that I think about it. Oh, no, he doesn't look like a pencil. He's a toothbrush. Oh. Yeah, but I see now that it's... Oh, I see, because he has the toothbrush, and he brushes his teeth obsessively. You know what makes me more upset is this guy has... He has some really good music, and it pisses me off they put it on this guy. They gave this guy good music, and he looks like a freaking ostrich. Maybe that's why I'm getting concerned, because he's like, his blink, his eyes unceasing. His face, bird-like. His mannerisms, also bird-like. So he's that goes to the hottie clinic doctor. Oh, right, the pervert. God dang it. Is this guy also a pervert? Tell me more. So the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio. Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes, I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see? It's the same thing. What is? Okay, so this guy is the south side of useless. I understand. So he went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he'd never had a story done about him before. That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record. If you make me read the words for the record one more time, I swear to God. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why did the interview in the first place? Okay. Well, yeah. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. I think the burger guy's going to tell me where he's got it. At the supermarket, maybe. Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I want to rip his head off. I just realized how violent my thoughts were getting looking at this guy. Oh my god, the violence in my soul is like screaming. And the brush he left on the table is his. I know that. Because he left that brush thing on the table, and I know that's the one that's on the table back there. He has a ruler, toothpaste, and toothbrush in his pocket. Oh my god, the violence in my soul is really accelerating. Get this guy off my screen. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right. Guess I'll leave then. Since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw. Vera's cute. I love Vera. Just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup. An article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote, I believe it was. What was his nose doing? What did you just do? Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. Painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, and steady for a scoop. He looks like an ostrich. Why is he gives me bird-like vibes. He moves too suddenly, he's got the freaking schnoz. The man's out here just like unblinking. It's like I'm staring at a mechanical bird. My man could if he would smell better if he didn't stuff mint in his mouth every 5 seconds. Okay. Can I present him? Okay, is it this painting? Let me go on the record here. Yes. I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this, right? Brilliant column. Hi, Briz. How you doing? Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Is this the painting? Nope. I see. How are you doing today, Briz? We are at the hour mark. I hope everyone's doing well. I do apologize in advance that for some reason this guy is gonna. I feel like this case is like I need to hit the rhythm. I swear, I just need to hit the rhythm where it starts like zooming, because I love it when an Ace Attorney cases zoom. But oh my god, just nursing a stomach ache. Well, oh, I hope you get past that fast. It's good that you're getting. I hope it's good that you've like taken time to settle with it, because man, hate it when I get like a stomach ache or a headache or something, and I have to go do something anyway. You know, it's like I like it when I have time to like let it go. You know, it's like okay, I can let it rest. Also, question: if this guy only writes about food, it says he only writes about food. Why is he writing about art then? Sipping boiled water makes you burp. I did not know that actually. I know having tea helps the stomach, but do you know anything about this? No. I really want to slap this guy, but I'm not allowed to. Which is unfortunate for me. You know anything about this? No. boy. I appreciate this guy. Legally not allowed to. I think I just want to... I want to, like... I really just, like... I want to respectfully tell him that his hair is silly. He looks like the like pencil head from Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. I think it's that it's like, you know what it also is? He's like malnourished. Why are his shoulders so pronounced? Okay, do you have anything to say? Do you know anything? Oh my god. Why were you even writing about why are you even doing an art thing if you write about food? Oh my god. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, game? I don't know what to present this. I don't want this dork. This wretch. This vile animal of the evening. What does he want from me? Okay, well, I'm out of here. Okay, well, maybe we need to find his thing, maybe? How'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's that scary face you're making? What's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you got going, Emma? Okay. Can I present paintings? Wow, this painting. Oh, that quite good, isn't it? That's not what I want to ask you about. Okay, how about this one? Can I present you the paintings, then? Painting came from behind that dresser. Oh, yeah, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. What? Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. Wait, he was a plagiarist? Oh, brother. So, Drew Misham was he made forgeries. Basically, someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes. Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. Supplement his work in illustration, I guess. Okay, so that was... Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like, after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths. Thing is how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. It'll be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. It would be interesting. Maybe valuable for our case. Try buttering up Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere. Okay. Ah, yes, flattery. My favorite of the conversation pieces. I'm now thinking like flattery gets everywhere except for with somebody who is dense enough to not be able to see it. I want to see the rough sketch under this painting. Maybe a tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. Okay. Let's check it out. Here we go. We'll do all three, because we might as well see what they do, what happens. Alright, let's do it. Time to zoom. Let's see. I do like this mechanic. It is a bit weird, but I do like the mechanic. I think it's kind of interesting. Also, we are at the hour mark. I hope everyone's having a wonderful week so far. I know on my end, I've been doing a lot of work. I have a part-time, as I think I'm making more and more known, is that I'm working part-time on, what the heck? Let's print this one out. I'm actually working part-time with an independent developer. So I'm working on a game project. I'm doing the coding for them, which has been a lot of fun. It's actually rather interesting. But, the work's been a little bit weird lately, mainly just because the problems I'm having to solve are taking a lot more time than I expected. But, doing good. This week has been good so far. I also am getting onto planning for the year, because 2026, I have to plan ahead. I do have to set goals for next year's streaming. I didn't meet this year's goals for streaming, unfortunately, but I think it's just because I stream 3 nights a week, so I'm not like... I don't know if I will grow as fast as I expect. Is your company against the use of AI for coding and game development? I know that I've been very adamant about making sure the group doesn't use it. It's not really a company. 3 nights a week is not bad. Yeah, it's just like... I recognize... I also kind of noted that since I play a lot of weird games, I do have a different time. But I'm hoping to hit... I'm still hoping to hit 450 by the end of the year, but I'm not too worried about it. I try to just let it happen as it happens. But... is there anything else I was gonna think about? But in any case, I am personally very much against using AI for any part of the programming progress, because it's like, whether it be for the art, the code, or the story for a game, I personally am of the mind that art made by the soul is, you know, I think it's healthier for both the maker and those who take part in it. And none of my projects will ever use AI. And the one programmer who I'm working with on the game mentioned looking into an AI tool, and I said outright no. Because the instant we do so, the entire game... I told him that, like, the reason I say this also is that even if it's code generated by an AI, the first thing people will look at and falsely claim is that the artwork is the first thing that was generated. And it's like, the guy I'm working for is an artist. I'm like, I don't want his work that has all been done by hand. I watched him draw it. I don't want that work to be suddenly called into like, I don't want that called into question and make it so by extension, all of his work is called into question because we decide to use one tool, you know, it's like one thing could put one small drop could poison the pot. Huh. Interesting. What the heck? Oh, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough sketch. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition. In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, and then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Mission was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. Think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Let's do it. Just curious, would you be interested in anime where pseudo isekai otherworlders experience this world's culinary foods for the first time? Maybe? I have never heard of such a thing. I know I'm a bit... I know with shows I really need to, like, lock in if I'm gonna watch one. But yeah, 3 nights a week. 3 nights a week has been good, though. I don't know... I remember I did 4 streams a week once. I did that to play Hollow Knight, and I don't know if that was my best... I don't know if I made each stream my best, because I was kind of... Called Restaurant to Another World. I'll need to check it out. Let me write it down really quick. While I have it on my mind, let me write it down. But I think 4 nights a week, I run my voice down too much. Restaurant to Another World. I'll have to take a gander. Eh. Also, the thing I have found also is I don't know what night I would throw in a 4th stream in anymore. I like using Saturdays for stuff. This one. What am I looking at? What the heck? Print this one out. Uh-huh. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. I'm really curious now because I'm seeing what the common thread is here, but now I'm kind of worried that I know what the common thread's going to be. And now I'm kind of curious what Drew Mission was up to. Huh. Oh, if it's like if it's something to do with the last case, that's gonna be. Let's see it. Aha, it is. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yeah, flaming guitar. Of all Drew sketches. They're really cool. What the heck is all this? As they ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Especially that one. That one is really cool, though. Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Yeah, the poker game. There's the Eldune's noodles, and there's the flaming guitar. They're both whitish sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. Yep. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviners concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? Yeah, seriously. That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that even seem remotely possible to you? I never even heard of Drew Misham before. Hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me? Actually, even more so, it's like, okay, so we have that on top of... And I'm going to point this out. There was a photograph they showed in the TV presentation on the Gramarys that had me a little sus. A little bit suspicious. And I noticed also that with Valen being so nervous, I'm like, okay, so Misham clearly knows something. And clearly, I'm unfortunately, with Phoenix putting us on this case, I'm kind of worried that all of these pieces are going to be connected. And I don't know how. Let's see. Basically, every character finds a door in their world that leads to a restaurant like one of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants in this world. The other world is a medieval fantasy world, so refrigerators and gas appliances are foreign to them, but they experience things like fried shrimp or parfaits for the first time. That sounds pretty good. I need to take I'll take a look when I can. I'll have to see if I can watch something or something. I don't really pay for it. It's like I pick and choose my subscription services very carefully. Do not watch stuff. Oh, hi, Vera. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. She speaks. Oh, not bad, not bad. I think you do better with a little smile, you know? So pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Seriously, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, can I just say that's adorable? That's actually adorable. She's just like, hey, how about a smile? And she's just like, here you go. I'm gonna send my boy back for now. That's actually... Okay, you know what, Vera? I will fight to the ends of the earth to save you. I will do my best. I like her. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. Yeah, but she's friendly. Wish you could do this in life, dude. And she goes with the nail polish again. I have Wrestling Bitch Face IRL. See, the thing is, when I'm focused, I forget my facial expression. It's not... I don't know if it's RBF myself, but I know that I know that at times people have watched me walk by and I look angry, and someone said, I remember somebody asking, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "What is what?" And they're like, "You look so serious." I'm like, "Oh, sorry." Website I went to that allows me to watch things I haven't been able to find on streaming services like Hellgirl. Ah, I see, I see. I'll find a way though. I'll find a way. But yeah, no, Mirror, I definitely understand. It's like I have to actually consciously think about smiling if I'm walking places so I don't look unnerving. Because otherwise I have like I look like a JoJo character. I'm like just like serious face all the time. Never heard of watch Hellgirl in so long. Yeah, can you look into it? It's great, really. It's so cultured. Oh, she's gonna draw for us. Very good. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. I mean, it's not a bad thing. ODaM JoJo confirmed. Victim Drew Misham was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. It's like, I feel like the the serious face, I'm like menacing. Life of crime, really. Maybe one that led to his death. Even if it wasn't 10 a.m. Here we go. Oh god. Oh hi Gavin. You'll now begin the trial of Vera Misham. The judge, okay. Voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. Ahem. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time. May indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. That is secret mission, I see. The jurists will function like a jury. Let's hope their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, judge well and judge cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. What? Ah, my apologies there, Judge. Jurists, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. Jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. We're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. I will say, I think Clavier has definitely... I definitely think he's made a better impression on me as the game went on. I think without Case 3, I probably would be a lot less charitable to him. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham.
Objection!
There wasn't any poison in the... Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. Easily my favorite prosecutor. I feel like, alright, I will say, the only problem is that Edgeworth is... I think Edgeworth is a lot funnier. I like him calling Apollo Air Forehead, but I think Edgeworth being, like, effortlessly funny all the time when he needs to be is what makes him so fascinating. Because Edgeworth is the reason I could say you're not just like the whole circus bit. Edgeworth is funny because he's just as ridiculous as Phoenix at times. I think it's also because I think with Edgeworth, I think the thing that makes it work is that he has genuine snark, which is very hard to write without being annoying. And the fact they were able to balance him out by making him not invulnerable, but by giving him moments of invulnerability where he can just like slap you upside the head with logic, and that really did help. Also, I do appreciate that. I appreciate his presence in every game. The autopsy report. Estimated time of death 9 to 9:30 p.m. Okay, okay, I have a question. How many? Is it just me, or is it in this game many people die from the range of 9 to 10:30? Like 9 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. is when people die. A 2-hour window every time. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. Crimes tend to happen. Yeah, but why 9 o'clock? Why during NCIS? Why during this specific TV? Why specifically from the time of, like, actually it'd be the first 2 hours of Adult Swim. Why then? It's like, Ah, yes, right between Naruto and Bleach. Ah, yes, of course. It's like, but it's like those 2 hours. There's never one where it's like 7 or 8 or 2. Like, no. We need to commit crimes and then go home and sleep. That's what it feels like. Like, we still want to have bedtime by 11, you know? Like, good lord, man. Be a more intense criminal. A touch of extra quinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper Scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Kevin. You may present your witness. After you today, a simple man for a simple case. Man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. Oh no, the journalist. The witness will state his name and occupation. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name's Mark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem, if you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushel. I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. God, we have to listen to this guy talk the whole time. It's just like, oh no, I have to read all of his dialogue out loud. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. This cross-examination, dude. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Coop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote. You know what it is? Alright, I think I figured out what my problem is. His pupils. They're like pinpricks. Becomes a lot more bearable if you give Brushel the voice of Evil Betty from Kung Pao. I don't think I know the voice. You have to deal with him. Yeah. I do not know the voice of Evil Betty from Kung Pao. In fact, you can see his gums too. See, I think like his smile looks horribly unnatural. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? Simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Look it up. Oh god. You can see his gums. Yeah, legit. I hate him because he reminds me of your older brother with that smile. I don't know how good that is. I don't know. I don't have the context, but that seems kind of scary. Evil Betty. I'm gonna write this down as well. Evil Betty. Kung Pao. I've heard of Kung Pao, but I've never actually sat and watched it. My older brother used to. How he makes that face? I see. That's the face. Smile hard enough that it's like you get like the. It's like that joke of the British orthodontology. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next. Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. And himself. Why is he throwing gang signs? No, that does sound like a simple case, unless you were the one who poisoned him. What? What are you saying? Judge. Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. Felt the need to be a bit more dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. He's just laughing. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin Show looks like he's having fun. So happy for him. Ah, yes. Farrell, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Oh no. Here we. If I see that bracelet thing going off right away, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, thank God. I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, let's press stuff. Let's press stuff. 9 at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Misham says come at 9, believe you me, I go at 9. First, and as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? First outsider to enter the atelier. He didn't say anything. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio. Okay, slight spoilers, but yeah, that bracelet's gonna eventually go off this guy. I can't wait for you to find his tick. Oh, God. That movie was not worth the theater ticket to watch. Which one? Oh, Kung Pao. I feel like some movies are better found in a video store where you pick up the movie and you go like, what is this? Shame we don't have video stores, but you know what I mean. It's like, if that's what I know some movies feel like. Turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brushel guy. I hate this guy so much. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. which means Vera did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go? Daughter brought us coffee right after we started. Can you please talk about what you said at the interview? Would you mind being a little more specific? Wait, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in third... That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Air Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? That's what I was going to say, really. Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary. It was advertised on TV and my friend that I fell for. I see. Right for a grade schooler, that's my motto. Dog, I don't think you should be near a grade schooler. You gotta, like... Those, like, it's his pinprick eyes. They're like demonic. I don't like his eyes. It's like, look at him. Like, you look at those eyes and tell me that he's seen the face of God or something. I don't like that. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you. It's just, who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. And what happened next? A face. I don't think his mom accepted it. I think she was like, "Well, I'm not." Russell needs an air karate chop multiple times. I want to slap his hair. He needs to be bald. I don't think his mom accepted it. That's why he's got the 5 o'clock shadow. Like, he was like thrown. You know what happened next? Can you like explain anything? What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money, over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. Important personage passes away, a star falls, get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point, I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. Let's see. Moment of death. About when Mr. Mission passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Oh yes, and then? Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, Life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yeah, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. He described that a little more simply. Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist Seizure's final performance, and this guy is so hard to... What? This is like... It's like reading those books that are too verbose, you know? Where it's like too many words. And it's just like, dude, brother, just like, speak. Atroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow, the limbs tremble, the throat burns. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that, you can just listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinine, My Love by the Gaviners. Available at all major music outlets. Point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. How did you find the testimony? I don't know what's important about this testimony, man. This guy's speaking... This guy's not just speaking in circles, he's speaking in knots. That man's out here just like... Why is he out here spitting malarkey? What do you want from me? Just what do you want from me? Like, oh god. Okay. Not important. I think the moment of Mr. Misham's death would be important. Mr. Brushell's story really didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. Continue the testimony. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. Okay, but what about you? Can you say that for sure? For sure? Sure, I'm sure. Drew's studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I'd know it if someone else had come in. I mean, he has big ears. I guess he'd hear everything. What if they had been hiding in there from before? Objection! Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think Guy Spark Brushell would miss something as obvious as that? No way. I mean... Sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. And one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died. Exactly. That's something there. Okay, so I think it's this one. So we have to press this again, but we need to choose a different option. I do think that this guy... The main problem is that, just like Stickler, he writes too many words. But I think this guy, the problem is that his words are circular. A lot of his description, a lot of his words are... Like, Stickler at least sometimes gave details away on accident. This guy's giving away nothing, and somehow... Like, the more words he puts in that text box... Like, Stickler would put a lot of words in as a joke. Like, it was a gag that he would talk too much. But Brushell's... It's like he's playing it straight that he talks too much. It's not a joke. It's just... He's just this level of talkative. How about the Stars coffee? You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course, he who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. And Stickler was guilty of something, though. That's the thing. He didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. He didn't know how to lie properly. Yes. And I think Brushell's problem is that he's guilty of nothing except for being the most annoying journalist I have ever seen. It makes me miss, like, Lotta Hart. It makes me miss Lotta so much, man. Because she wasn't even really a journalist. She was just a photographer, and she was nice. She was weird, but she was nice. Live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote. Ah, that poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault. I guess I'd gulp down that coffee without so much a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. You want to venture a guess for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? He does, it's just that if we don't... Wait, did he say that he drank it and then immediately died? Victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over? Oh, yes. You can go to the press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Oh, I see now. I get it. Oh, there's an ad break. God dang it. Okay, before we press this piece of evidence, there's an ad break, so we're gonna take a moment. We're gonna take, like, a moment to... We're gonna let this rock. I'm also gonna see the Discord. Ace Attorney Trucy's magic bag. Yeah, I don't need to see that. Oh, and the beanie! How big is this bag? I'm really curious now. I'm gonna look at this for a moment. 24 bucks. It's a bag. Drawstring closure. Patterned inner lining. Oh my god. How big is this bag? How big is this? 5 inches tall, 8 inches wide. It's not that big. That'd be like a coin purse type thing, honestly. I guess no, it would be big enough to hold something, but like... Took one sip, if that. Next moment, he was on the floor. Okay, that actually is important because that's not true, because atroquinine takes 15 minutes. So... He got his facts wrong. So we're gonna present the mug in a moment, when the ad break's done. Also, so I can stop staring at his face. I just don't want to look at him. Okay, I need to stretch really quick, too. Ow. Oh, boy. I hope for everybody watching now and in the future, you also stretch. Physical health is important. Ah, jeez. Oh, man. Whew. And I have, along with getting my year plan ready, I started planning out what I'm going to do, and I know that I do have plans for my next book, and book number 8. I will say, one thing that has become a bit of a tradition for me has been that, and it's something that has started growing, is that I have a bunch of, like, I'll have to take a picture of it after this year so I can showcase it, is that I have a wall to my, it's to my immediate left, is a wall with prints of all of the covers of the projects I've done, which includes, it will include both games, all of the music albums, and all of my book covers. So it's one of those things where every time I look over there, I'm like, okay, I have like a physical showcase of my work. And I used to not understand trophy cases, but I think I understand now something to remind you, like, hey, this is what you did. Something like that. All right, now that we're back, are we all back from ad breaks? Are we all ready? Hope we're ready. But yeah, I have a wall of posters of my stuff. So I'm like, well, they're not posters, they're like the print things. They're like on fabric. Yay. Okay, we're all back. Object. We passed this. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, tetraquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. Lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atraquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atraquinine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Yep. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Oh my god, he's built so wrong! What is up with him? What's the meaning of this? Well, the defense says is correct. Why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Anything to say on the record? Slow acting. Slow act. It was virulent, alright. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on a scoop. Objection! It's Brushel, yeah? Herr Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. That's why he's so skinny. He's a toothbrush out of him. That's why he's so skinny. Or brush room. He's meant to be a brush room. It's like either way, the fact that he's built so wrong, it's like he's built like a freaking Abe's Odyssey character. Like, what is he? He looks like the freaking he looks like the skinny dudes. He looks like the shit monsters from Mad God. Looks like the skinny dude who got like burned alive. I remember that one. By the way, if you have access to it and you want to watch something weird, watch Mad God. Seriously, that it's like watching a Tool video, but like 90 minutes. Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit, it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say off Weird's into my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Scoop. What in the goddamn? You ever look at the people of Ace Attorney World and go, I know this person IRL? Can I just say I'm happy the answer is no, but I'm very scared that you can say yes. Is this what it's like to live in a city? You just see people like this all the time? I do not live in like a major city. Is this what it looks like? There's a dude scraping his tongue and his glasses with a toothbrush. What is he doing? Like, what is this? Like, is it like that guy who like sprayed his glasses then wiped it with like a rag and went, is that Supra? Thinking of that guy. Look, just wait a second. Just 1 second. I haven't exactly met someone like Brushel. Not gonna think of. I can think of a few people if I really thought about it. We're waiting. Out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. Story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. Figured it out only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Oh my, he's built like the freaking skinny dude from Wallace and Gromit. Not Wallace, but like, there's one of the skinny dudes. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony. I dream of exclusive rights to the story. I want this guy to have exclusive rights to a toilet so I can give him a swirly, I swear to God. Either that or I need to like, his face needs exclusive rights to like a panini press. something. Maybe like exclusive rights to a plane to the center of the Bermuda Triangle. Put him where only God can find him. Ach, I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix, right, who else? Acto Nair Brushel, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Oh god. Alright, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna be... When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? What? A suicide note. Yes, he had his look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. It's not that hard to read a quadratic equation. It's literally a formula. You idiot. That means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh, very well. You may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Well, I guess we'll... I think these cases just press until you find the answer, I guess. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mission was at his desk. I'll just start pressing. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter, Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to the studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel? Ah, I know what you're doing. Know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy, end quote. If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? Thank you, sir. Alright, you quickly sealed the envelope. Let's ask about the envelope. So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Wait, you didn't even knock on the door? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. No secret when I spot one, and that was one. Does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice. Wait, yellow envelope? Is that the ring of something important? And a testimony. Wait, yellow envelope. You're sure? You're sure it's a yellow envelope? My account comes free of charge. There's a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. Is he colorblind? Are you colorblind, sir? As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. Uh-huh. In a red envelope. I need to process what I just witnessed. What the hell was even that? I love that. What did he do to himself? He just, like, tied his head in knots in a tie? How'd he do that? What? 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 That is a SpongeBob. Okay, he was real. Oh my god, yes. Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But air forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted me to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? I'm gonna save really quick. What is this man on about? What's this guy on about? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Mission. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped. My god, he's built so wrong. He's got Hank Hill ass, he's got knocked knees, he's got SpongeBob limb syndrome, built like a toothbrush looking. He explains to the court. Oh, my, how could I have forgotten? God, he talks like the first guy you kill that like gets killed in a horror movie. And he's not even like part of the group. He's like Crazy Ralph from Friday the 13th. Oh, that was part 2 that he died, but you know what I mean. Was it part 2? I think it was part 2. Yeah, it was part 2. I know 3 is when he gets his mask. At least when Jason gets the mask. Okay. Suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote. You're 36! You are rooting for this guy to die. That's real. This is the guy who makes it through the whole horror movie. You're rooting for this guy to die. Reminds me of the kid on the Polar Express. Oh, the one who, he's voiced by Mandark. The one that goes, and that, wait, and the train is going at 65 miles an hour. Yeah, that guy. He's a sniper shot cartoon style. He needs like excessive Valium so he can sleep this off. This is that kid who grew up. Well, he lost a lot of hair. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. Well, that's the thing, see. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer. Yes, a stamp. So-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp. Whatever for. Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letter. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Well, apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if it were a suicide note. What a story. Alright, suicide note in front of reporter falls. End quote. You know, I really hope, you know, I'm gonna say this right now. If this guy makes any repeat appearances in this trilogy of games, I'm gonna welch about it every single time. I hate this guy. This is not a funny guy. Ahem, as I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes you wonder about the contents of that red envelope. His need account, please confirm the report. Yeah, yes, we're reading it again. Then sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need to remind you to speak of this one. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. I think this thing will be the only game we see him in. You know what's funny is that at the very minimum, when Wendy Oldbag made a reappearance, it's because she actually got a job. She got another job and like showed up again. I didn't mind Wendy because she was around for like a bit. And she also wasn't horrible. She was annoying, sure, but she wasn't horrible. You know, love Oldbag. I get so happy seeing her. She's fine. It's like, she's fine. And it's like, I appreciate, I could at least appreciate her, even in like, this is from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Here, I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, you know, going home to start writing. Everyone's just like, are you serious? I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. Ah, come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. That's just active imagination, end quote. Please, continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Usually. Brushel, You have anything new to say? Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. Case concerned, the story concerns a certain case from 7 years ago. The red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Huh? Okay. That was your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. No. He was blackmailing him? What exactly black? I mean, I'm not... Something wrong, Mr. Brushel? Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist's info is livelihood, and... Wait, you blackmailed the guy into getting an interview? Nice. Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally wordsmith of Sally Scooper gets wind of... Could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. Certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Not like this. Come on, man. This guy can't be talking about that case. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. What is your tell, sir? Alright, let's look through, because that means it's a physical thing. Story concerns a certain case of 7 years ago. Red envelope had probably something to do with it. Say what you will, Drew's talent was without compare. Do I have to go through everything? Okay. Why is this... Alright, let's take a look. Let's start. We'll work our way backwards. Say what you will. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna scan this boy like a hawk. Wait, how far down can I... Why am I allowed to go down here? Why am I allowed? Here again, let's look. I just scan him. Scan up and down. Hands. No movement on the hands. Where's the other hand? What the heck is this? Okay, here again. Why am I allowed to see down here? Say what you will. No. No. No, 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 no. You cannot be serious. No. Why?
Gotcha!
Why is he sweating? That's nasty. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Herc, yeah, well, man can't help his glands, you know. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, he suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Uh-huh. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. I think it's the hidden painting.
Take that!
Okay. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. That face is so stupid. Why is he built like this? Oh my god. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? What? Well, like, I hate this guy. Like, he's like the most slimy journalist possible. This is my story, my scoop. Yeah, you own none of it, buddy. Forgery. That's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery. Drew Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise detail fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... Exactly. Forged evidence and that's tidy profit, end quote. Okay. So... Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Ah, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. Oh god, here we go. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation.
Objection!
But how do you explain all this money? I have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. This guy would be horrible to talk. This guy would definitely work for, like, Kotaku. This guy is Kotaku. He would definitely work for Kotaku. He'd be the first person to write a 5 out of 10 review for Claire Obscure. Your testimony up to this point has been quite unreliable. Let's speak well to your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote. We need her whip. We need Francisco just for this guy. If Francisco was here, this guy would be dead. I think he would, like, his 5 o'clock shadow, gone. His cheeks, gone. Both cheeks, gone. His hair, gone. His eyes, gone. She would demolish this man. Like, he would be dead. Phoenix would be trembling in like a trauma spiral looking at what happens to this man. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Oh, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, and the killer had to be Vera, that's what. His next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. We really have, like, weirdly enough, there isn't a whole lot else in this case. Okay, the only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She submitted as much herself. And the only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. I see. Aw, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. What did he say? Nice testimony. Clear, succinct, without room for doubt. Okay, I still have one more trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. Okay, here we go. I guess we'll just start pressing stuff. Another person in the studio. We'll just make sure. We'll press stuff. That doesn't prove Vera poisoned it.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one, Air Forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in. I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man. What? What? Vera poured the coffee. She submitted as much herself. Okay. I'm not pressing that one. Only thing that touched... I'll stop pressing stuff. Press this one. You're sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned.
Objection!
Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found. Was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee. Oh, well, Mr. Justice, you have some proof. Possibility is there, I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it, not yet. Possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Mitchum ingested that poison via route other than coffee. Not yet. It can't be proven. I do believe our little forehead is growing up. Pity. We like the rash, youthful forehead best. The what? The what? Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. First things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. Okay. Nothing left of that studio. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. What? Not one thing, you're sure? Yep. Sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception. What? Journalist Spark Brushel does interview, leaves studio. End quote. I hate this guy. Ah. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Yeah, then it's not a joke, forehead. Something leave the studio that night. Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. You think something... Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Oh, the letterbox. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean... something other than our witness. Of course. Yeah, because they collect the mail every day. Don't tell me, Paramisham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Because the letters get cleared out every night, so... Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Ha. Because this is connected to the outside of the room. So if something was put in there, we wouldn't know about it. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox. What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Oh, right, Doi. How did I forget? That very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Okay. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. It's really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared. Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems important to me. Very well, then. The witness will add this to... Okay, we're on the right track, then, because he added it to the testimony. You got it. Still think this fails to change anything. Okay. Wouldn't be so sure. Oh, God. Okay. Exactly the opening I've been looking for. Okay. The only thing that touched his lips during the interview was that mug. The letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Let's present. Let me look really quick. Tiny frame. Autopsy. The poisoning was from 9930, we know that. 2 inches. 2 by 2. 2 sheets of writing paper. Well, oh wait, because this one we have proof now. That's right. You're sure about that? I'll be really, really precise. I was busy gobbling mint candy. Can I just say, this guy probably seems like the guy who gets, like, has fake teeth. His teeth are fake. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Alright, here we go. Alright, well, we did this before, but I think we can now prove it. Because now we've... Possibility is gonna cut it out now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via route other than that coffee. I can prove it. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Air Forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? Why is he nervous? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Of course, which means... that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp. Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it. By licking the stamp. I mean, nowadays you don't have to use that, but... no one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead, after all.
Objection!
Okay, so you licked the stamp, but wait. How does that explain the quinine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
God, we are throwing objections everywhere. Why? If you lick the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if you put the coffee mug to his mouth, Okay. Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. I guess that would explain why the poison's only in one spot and not the whole... Oh, that makes more sense now. I see it. Okay, that actually... You know what's funny? I feel like that makes more sense when you stare at it, because if the whole rim was poisoned, that would be understandable. But since only a small spot of it is, that makes sense. Okay. The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. I'm sorry, that... Okay, the way you worded that, are you telling me he poisoned it? He poisoned the coffee mug. What? Okay. Well, that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to the cup of Joe. Okay. I'm guessing we have to... The tiny frame is how we got this? He's making that face again. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel. Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier... Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. A so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he had just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. Okay, but I think I know where it is. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. Makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. I like the laughing. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Here we go. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. What's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? I think it's the tiny frame then, because it's the only other thing that has atroquinine on it. It's the atroquinine. Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. I just realized, why did he have a stamp framed? So wait, I have a question. If it's poisoned and he framed it, does this imply that someone put the stamp in the frame that was poisoned and he used it later and then just died? Actually gets answered later in game. I'm very intrigued now. I'm very intrigued what this means. It's on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. Noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something. Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Did he forget poison stamp? I guess he didn't even see it. Victim poisoned himself with the coffee mug. Did he forget poison stamp? Yeah, I guess poison stamp is how it works. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying. He had oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps. A commemorative stamp. So the victim drank. So the victim licked a stamp that was poisoned. The stamp is then put on a letter and it disappears. He dies after he drinks the poison. After he drinks coffee. That poison stamp was in this frame. Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would he put something like that on his desk? I mean, that's a fair point. Don't tell me he had it in there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? No. I had a thought, see. What, Mr. Brushel? And please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There was a lot of money in that line of work. Forger's friends makes enemies too. Okay. Okay, so the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Stop playing air guitar. Stop playing air guitar. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gaviner's song lyrics, please. Can I just say, every time he does the air guitar, it does make me happy, but it's also, like, deeply confusing sometimes. Finally, something we can agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon. Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Clavier, I'm sorry to say, but I don't think you saw the last 3 games. I don't think you saw who would go to such lengths. Murder is a simple business. Are you sure? Are you sure? There, like, I'm just thinking now about the end of the third game. Or I think it was the second game. I think it was the second game. It's the end of the second game with the, like, Maya's in a locked room and the crime was committed in such an, like, insane way. You're telling me that murder is simple? Are you stupid? Oh, I disagree. Come again? Clavier is sweating because he's realizing how insane this is going. Ingenious murder weapon necktie. Ingenious murder weapon, an anvil tied to the back of a semi. Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew who read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. Might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together. Okay. Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mission was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. With a ratchet cannot be taken off, but self does self in. Show us someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Mission the stamp of death. I guess it's just the letter. It would just be this. It's just the letter. Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago. Think about the text of the letter again. Posited, send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. There are 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Need not remind you to speak of this to no one. This is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick, gasp, end quote. I feel like this guy's gonna get fired from his job when he's done. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He'd sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. The murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Only problem is that's a letter from 7 years ago, so why would he do that? Thank you, Gavin. The splendid imagination you have there, forehead. Thank you. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well... Okay. A very small possibility. How small, I wonder. A poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, I guess 7 years ago, we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein Clavier. Oh, God. Whoa! Oh, okay, what was that? Emma. What was that? What the heck was that? What? What? Who? Okay, that scared the crap out of me. What was that? Why was he here? Why was the other Gavin here? I don't like that. Why are we hallucinating Gavins? Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you out of all the mess you're making of this case. Mess? What? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Alright, look at that. Oh, we're spraying everything. Got it. Alright. Is this... Oh, hey. Letter. Oh, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's quinine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Did he just make... Wait, did he just make an NSYNC reference with that? I don't know why, but now I'm wondering, how many times does Clavier say something as a exclamation that could be used as a song reference? Why didn't the murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame. Who is saying hold it? Ah, you're still here. Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brush'll claim the scoop is... Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star Falls of 7-year delay, end quote. I don't like this guy at all. Get him out of my sight. He blackmailed somebody anyway. Order. I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. Think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. Press him like olives. Put him in the I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo, I think we just won. Very well. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Oh god, here we go. Here we go. I want to put friggin' Brush'll in the hydraulic press. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gaviner shows are invalid after 2 weeks. Well, that's good to know. But it doesn't make sense any other way. Okay. Okay. There's a fatal contradiction in Air Forehead's claim. Okay. Poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that he must have realized it was poisoned. Okay, but oh, I see. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I want to check something really quick, like... Not that. Okay, there is something I want to check really quick. How old are you? 52. And Vera's 19. Okay. You're only 24? What? Wait, that means he's 4 years younger than me? Well, going to be 4 years. I turned 28. Well, whatever. Whatever. You're telling me that this guy's younger than me? Man. Man. Just man. Man. Very bizarre to me. I forget how old I am sometimes. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Ah, surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself. Oh, he got hit with bird face. I forgot that Apollo gets hit with bird face sometimes. It does seem highly unlikely he would fall foul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting up for you. Okay.
Objection!
Okay. Then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp. Where exactly is this poison stamp again? He brought it to court for us. I see no proof that such a thing ever existed.
Objection!
What about the atroquinine residue? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be atroquinine residue, but Air Forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Okay, we're getting hit with all the combos. Even if your stamp did exist, Drew Misham would never have used it. That is all. Irk. I think I see what can happen, but I think I see the move. We've come to a conclusion again. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. Poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence. I'd like to bring to closure this issue. Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atraquinone on the document inside that envelope. Similar traces also found at the crime scene. Okay, we're moving fast. What the heck? On this tiny picture frame. Defenses indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. But even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. What if he didn't know? What if he didn't know? I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. Haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atraquinone, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. A fake clue, fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... Why is Drew Misham? Okay, it's Drew Misham then, because the other two are real. The victim was a fake clue. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. Okay, please do, Apollo, because I'm not with you on this one. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. I like how serious he looks at this face. I like it. I like his focused expression. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Okay, I need to cough really quick. I also need some water. I feel like the only downside with these visual novel type games, and it's something that I really appreciated Slay the Princess for, was that because that game didn't have me do this, but the amount of reading you have to do for this, and I can't do funny voices, so at least that's not one thing, but the amount of talking I have to do just to present the game, it is a bit of a strain on the vocal cords. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. Okay, that's good. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Ah. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? What is he talking about? Objection, clavier, no more air guitar. Actually, one more time. 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years pass. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. Huh? Our one forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Oh, because is he saying that Vera is also a forger? So you are telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there's some kind of switcheroo. Afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Misham was. If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham himself was a forgery. The real forger was... Actually, it has to be. It has to be Vera, which means... If I'm following the logic correctly... If I'm following the logic correctly, this implies that Vera Misham was the forger 7 years ago. She would have been 12. What was she forging? Does that mean that she was the one who forged... There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. See, we're here to defend her for murder, not for forgery. So that's one thing. That's a different problem. Oh god, he's calling order. Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I kind of agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. You look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery has been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in the trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. Okay, one more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well, Clavier's just like... God, I wish fascinating. Can I just say, by the way, I'm still, I tore my ring finger basically. Not like tore the muscle, but like the tip of it because of that callus that I said ripped on social media. And now it's like, every time I see Clavier doing the air guitar thing now, I'm just thinking, man, I want to play my guitar. I want to go play guitar, man. I want my hand to stop. I want to stop ripping my finger up, man. Oh man, I tapped it and I'm like, I want to. I've been having an itch to play guitar again, and I'm very happy that it came back. Because for a while there, I wasn't able to get myself to like practice consistently. I was still practicing, but I wasn't as good as I used to be. And now it's like I'm like way back on it. Oh man, playing guitar makes me so happy. My guitar's name is Lady. She's the only guitar I play. I have one guitar. There's other guitars upstairs that I got when I was like a teenager. But I got my guitar, and she's been the only guitar I even bother looking at. I've been brought into stores where I'm just like, yeah, these guitars are nice, but I want to be at home playing with my guitar. I want to be with my lady, please. Just looking at my guitar, like this is my favorite. This is the only one I need. So, what do we do about that? Hi, Vera. Vera Misham. You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger Drew Misham? Ah. Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? Staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Fraulein's, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. Oh, she just draws that smiley face every time. I see. So the forger Drew Misham was you. Yes, it was me. What did she just draw there? What? She's like, what? What? Wait, so 7 years ago, she would have been 12. The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. So if I understand correctly, she was 12 years old when she started forgeries. Good on her. Is it bad that in my head now I'm just thinking about the fact that it's like, so let me get this straight. At the age of 12, she was better at making fakes than people with AI. Most impressive. She could do it by hand. And clearly the fakes are actually pretty close to the original. Peculiar. Even computers can't do that sort of thing. Even the computers can't keep up with her speed. Hi, Vera. I feel bad for her. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Oh, well, then who was he? Well, he was actually doing your nails. So, you really made those forgeries. Yes. For father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. This music is amazing, by the way. On a side note, I kind of understand where she's coming from, that she straight up didn't have anything else she could do. And also, man, so she was straight up a talented, she was talented at making forgeries of anything. With the right materials, she could make anything. I'm now beginning to realize what happened. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already a, you were already creating your works back then. I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. The courtroom, please. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Oh. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing it just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business... How pleased he was. Who is Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was a dad? What if he was Phoenix Wright's dad? Judging from the relative ages involved, they say it's highly unlikely. He's already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Apollo, can you not say it like that? What? I need water. Furthermore, just to put it down there, I think this goes up there with Kung Fu is no good against boulders from Golden Sun. What was it again? I know I have the picture somewhere. I kept it. It was from Golden Sun. I think it was from Golden Sun: The Lost Age, or it might have just been Golden Sun. Oh, there's. Okay, good. I saw that. Thank you, computer. I'm happy that one was also there. Sunzu said that... Where is it? I know it was somewhere. It's a picture. Kung Fu is no good against boulders. Where did it go? I thought it was in Z memes, but where is it? Might be here. Boulders against Kung Fu. Yeah, it is. Here it is. Kung Fu is no good against boulders. Yeah, I was right. I remembered. I have the picture saved in my files. I kept it saved for some time because honestly, it's one of those quotes I think about sometimes. Oh god. Okay. We know that the victim's daughter Vera was the forger. I feel like they use the term forger so many times at this point that it's a little confusing for me mentally. Good heavens. We're gonna say this a lot, aren't we? Yeah. I need more water. Hang on. I need more water. I'm like, ugh. Ooh. Humidifier's running. I don't know why I'm so, like, gross. Okay, we're good. I will say this music is pretty good. I do like this one. I also want to make note because Rocksmith I can get custom DLC now. I do have Fragrance of Dark Coffee, which is Godot's theme from the 3rd game. I do have that on Rocksmith. I've been learning it for guitar. I'm very happy to learn it. It's very fun. It's a nice song. I love that one. Okay, what does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Okay. I don't want to move too far, but I also don't want to slow. I don't want to stop entirely. Okay. Oh, geez, my neck. Okay, ad break's over. With the ad break over, just quick summary. So, Drew Misham was keeping a track on both of us and Phoenix Wright. But we're not sure why. So it's time to try and figure out what's going on here. Court is now back in session. I feel bad for Vera, but also, man, Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you can begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. He's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? What is hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? I mean, don't... Perhaps you'd rather answer my question? Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Alright, here we go. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Okay, here we go. If she includes us casually who sent it, that'd be insane. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Okay. That's pretty helpful. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. Need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. I guess we just start pressing everything and hope, I guess. I created things and Father sold them. Okay, we'll just start pressing stuff. So these things you were making are... You mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. What else did she make? I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. I'm kind of worried she's gonna pass out midway through all of this. Envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Alright, let's get this official in court. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup. I'm sorry, what? You can recreate a fingerprint on a cup? How do you begin to do that? Or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. Vera, I have serious questions. How do you forge a fingerprint? I'm actually kind of scared now. How does she do that? None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it. Okay, we'll just press everything and look. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send to the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer to some thought. I like how she has to... I received the stamp that was in that envelope.
Hold it!
What do you mean you received it? She draws it again. Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Patrick quinine.
Objection!
A moment, Air Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. Oh, so you didn't know about the poison. Oh my god. Aw, the sad face! I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp. Okay, I know this is gonna sound mean, but you're telling me that she was so enamored by how pretty it was that she never used it because she liked it? This stamp has gotta be pretty as hell. Huh, quite the close call. Oh my god, she dodged death by accident. After that job, they moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Mission wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. Can I just say the sad face she drew is so upsetting. That's so sad, man. She's like, I didn't know. She didn't know that the people were, like, actually going to kill her about it. Could you tell us more about it? Can she redraw it from memory? It was very pretty. And more than that... Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. People you liked at the time? Clavier, apparently we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. Clavier, I have a question. Why do you have to play air guitar every time? If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. Okay, who are these people? Who is it? Okay. Okay. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept... Oh no. I know who these magicians are. I have a question.
Objection!
Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. Huh, I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Present Trucy. Wait, 7 years ago, bunch of magicians. That would have been back when they were 3, because there were 3 people in the original troupe. Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat troupe gramarye. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you... Oh my god, it just like flashed through my brain. It just occurred to me like, wait, who would send a commemorative stamp of the Gramarys and like for a freaking forging evidence? What are you talking about? And it just like flashed through my, like lightning through my brain of, oh my god, Valent's an idiot. Oh my god, Valent, you're involved in it. Well, Clavier? Prosecutor Gavin? Gramarye. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Oh no. Please tell me. Oh no. What exactly did you make? Oh no. Can I ask why? No. Answer the question. Oh god. Oh god, Clavier, are you good? Oh god, you're scaring the crap out of her. Clavier, please. The prosecutor Gavin. You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is becoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. Oh no, please don't. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. Oh no. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. Oh no. No, I don't. Oh god. Oh god, he's actually losing it. I've never seen him lose his composure like he lost it a little bit during the last case, but I think Clavier is having an issue. My dude? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Bisham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk cat on the back cover? Yes or no? Oh no. How did you know? Grammar. It was a diary held by one of the Grammaries, wasn't it?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. Is it weird that I just realized that's the first time the defense has ever said that? He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? I'm gonna be honest, man. I have no idea what's happening. Dad? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? Oh god. It's all spiraling in. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. Oh god. Oh god. Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Oh no. Farah, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham you to forge that evidence? For all our sakes, who was it? Oh no. Oh no. Does she even know the identity? We only met once. You met the client. Well, who was it? It was... Oh no. Oh no. You're staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? Oh my god, that's why she's staring at him! I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Oh no, she's gonna pass out. Vera? Oh no, don't pass out and fall backwards! The devil. The devil? Are you telling me Satan actually asked about this? Man, she probably hit her head kind of hard. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute etroquinine Wait, what? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. Dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. He is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. Very simple case at first glance. Until it finally began to show its true colors. Oh my god, it was like a wave. It's like a wave of energy going through me when I heard that old music. That also clued me into who's talking, because it's Phoenix. There's no other person it would be. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Hi, Phoenix. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. What the? And that is where we must go. What in the god? Is that Clavier? Oh, tiny Trucy. Oh, look how tiny she is. To find the whole truth. Baby Clavier. Baby Clavier and Baby Trucy. Baby Trucy's adorable. Look at her. She's so tiny. She's a tiny creature. Oh, she kind of reminds me of Pearl a little bit. Oh my god. What? Yes, continue. What the? What are you telling me about this? Showdown time. Oh. Makes you wonder if Pearl and Trissy would have gotten along? Probably. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed? Of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why, yes. Over a game of cards. Zach Gremery. Or Magnifi. That was Magnifi, right? That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Was it Zach or Magnifi he met? I think it's Zach, but... 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Ooh. Oh my god, Ooh, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Oh my god, it's like... Oh my god. You know what? They wouldn't have gotten this kind of reaction if I hadn't played the other games. It's so good. Gotta try and relax. Because all the music is like... It's amazing me that it feels nostalgic now. Oh, hey. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar? I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Crime scene photo. Photo found in hospital room, shot in the head. His doll even got shot? That's a flintlock pistol! So have you played it in a row? Well, it's like, I played the first 3 games a while ago, but it's like, I know the music very well because I feel like the Ace Attorney games inadvertently are just like a part of my brain now. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Tiny Trucy! Ooh, morning, Daddy. Ah, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Dad? They picking on you? Oh, he laughs like that too. I am fine as always. Oh my god, it is freaking... You know what? Enigmar's kind of sick. Oh, I see. This is Zach Grammary. I see. This old boy has helped me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today after all. Oh my god, that is tragic. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? I need to look at something. Switch tabs. Magnifi, Grammary, Shady, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? His name is Shady? You're telling... Wait, no. Go back a step. That's the guy who got killed. That's the guy who got killed by freaking Gavin in the beginning. That's the guy who got killed. That's the freaking... That's the guy. I know that guy. I know his face. I may be stupid sometimes, but I remember a face. It's all connected. I feel like I'm like standing in front of the cork board, like, look at it. Because I know that face. That's the guy. Oh my god, Gavin. I understand more things now. Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what he started. Here. Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported my life's work, I give thanks farewell. Magnifi Grammary. I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. Oh my god, Trucy. Wait, is this the forged evidence? They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Oh my god, he was literally handed fake evidence. Oh my god. Phoenix Wright got punked into using fake evidence on accident. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. Oh, what if he's the one who I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. See, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Dad. My first look at the case was only yesterday. The information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. Oh my god, my client is Shady Enigmar. I feel like it was Shady that was like, oh my god, that's him. Known to the world as Zach Gramarye. A wildly popular magician, star of troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. Can I just say I am a little sad that Edgeworth won't be here, but it's okay. Oh my god, that's what he looks like? Where's that? I don't know why. You know that video of the guy like floating across the city, like the rooftops? That's how I feel whenever I hear this music. Like the original courtroom music. Like the trial music. I have it in my music that plays during streams. Like if I don't have music from the game. I used it during the Magic the Gathering stream, actually. The defense is ready, Your Honor. God, I missed you. I missed you, Phoenix. Oh my god. You know what's funny is I know he's not wearing a shirt under that jacket. My man is absolutely doing the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX move with that one. Because there was a guy who did the same move. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking. Is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? A Gaviner's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Oh, he really is a punk. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's... Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. Oh, Phoenix actually knows music? You're out of your league, rock boy. What? Rock boy? I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I don't know why, but seeing Phoenix so confident and also Gavin so completely out of, like... Why was he doing a Joseph Joestar? Your next line is... I'm just getting warmed up. Herr Attorney Wright. Okay. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Chung, baby, time to call on the opening act. Do you still do air guitar here? What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. And you are... Hey, you're the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. Oh my god, Gumshoe, it's been so long. He's the reason I say pal all the time now. I look at my cat and I go like, what are you doing, pal? He's the reason I say it. Because I had to read it in his voice so many times to say, listen, pal. I had to say it so many times when I played the first 3 games. Homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Oh, you're telling me, Phoenix. Hey, you. Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Hair detective, this is my stage. Can the antics, jeez. Huh? All this hey youing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Or just aw. Aw man, poor Gumshoe. I kinda miss how Edgeworth would just be like, shut it. Please tell us about the case at hand. Happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. Ah, the torn page, I see. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. No blood spatter on the back? Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Grammary, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Wow, he can really float, huh? Oh yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grammary has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignant tumor? Or something? Doing something to his liver, I think. He has a tumor in his liver? A malignant tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer. Well, that's upsetting. I don't know why, but that's somewhat more upsetting than any other way that people, like, get injured in this world. Like, oh, incuritis. Oh, we have... This guy was like, in a wheelchair, but he was cool. This guy just has liver cancer, man. That's not fun. Like, what the hell, man? I mean, I know that I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to make light of anything, but, like, these games tend to be at least a little bit less, like, real. I don't know. Something about this is, like, you're telling me this guy was just, like, man. Well, that's not, well, this is, like, this got serious, man. Holy crap. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Okay, I didn't know about that. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. He is making rock references, I knew it. So why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? Oh my god, that's 2 in a row. God damn it. You can't... So Led Zeppelin, Bob Dylan... Man, Clavier's on a roll with this. Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Foxy, did you forge the evidence? No, I didn't. I don't forge evidence, I find evidence. I make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die. Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. What? Did he just, like, get hit with, like, all 7 Halo rings of bad health? What happened? What? Why? Diabetes. In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. I have so many questions about what is happening here. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Has been washed and shows no sign of use. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? Foxes have the answer. We'll have to find it. What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Let me go get my boy. Yes, sir. This is such a, like... I will say, it's so weird for the game to actually go back in time. Because, I guess... Boy, explain, please. The boy will help us find it. Okay, on a side note with this... I have, like, a weird thing about all of this. Like, there's something about all of this that feels a bit strange. That, narratively, we don't need this, but narratively, we don't... It's like, it's great they're showing us this, because it connects all the pieces for us, but in terms of... I'm wondering, though, is this getting explained to somebody in the present? Or is this something that just... Like, it's solely for the player's, like, information. But because it works, like, narratively it is a necessity, but I'm really curious what their plan with this is. Besides giving me all of the... A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what it was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. This is the first time for the case. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? Saying the victim ordered his own shooting. This is the first time for the case? Well, this is the first time in general. We don't, like, if we go back in time, it's usually like flashbacks, and that's happened in the series before, but I don't think we've ever done well, no, we didn't. Nope, third game we did the thing with Mia, but even then that was a pre-case. Like it doesn't go in the middle of the case, as I recall. I might be mistaken on my recollection on this, but I know you do a thing with Mia and Godot before in the third game, but you do cases with them. Like you do smaller cases with them. Means this is a new case? No, this is still part of case 4. Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. I'll show you the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. Ready to go with which you will. I wasn't done reading! Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? Can I look at this? I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, but we both know the reason why. First time being shown. Yeah, this is like case. So we've never seen this before. It's in the middle of a case, and we're being shown it specifically to enlighten us on the information we need of Phoenix Wright's final case. I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, there, attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was given an IV. An IV. There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. But that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. I will say, I think the artwork for this section is a little bit... It's kind of odd that it's a little bit different. It feels very airbrushed in a way. The victim kind of ordered the defendant to do amend. Estimated time of death, body found in... See, I think the only problem with this is that there's no blood spatters and there's 2 shots, so what's up with this? Alright, let's just start pressing stuff then. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all. Just as he had commanded. It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. I can too. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. I don't know why exactly I don't know why it strikes me specifically, but I wonder now. Let's see. As it happens, he sent a letter ordering his own. God, it's so different hearing his voice now. And this letter was sent by the victim. There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? Had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Ah, I see. Score 1 for the boys. I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. Why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. Not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. Yeah, it kind of feels almost a bit like the artwork. It feels like they took the artwork exactly from the original games, as it were. It kind of feels like they were ported in a way. And then did what was asked him, shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. Oh, God. I'm clicking stuff. It says shoot in the forehead loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue show it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright. As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Ah, here it is. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. God, I missed him. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
Oh, he still does that. What, and you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. Here we go. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Man, the voice is so different now. The clown doll. Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ah! There's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
Ah, I'm supposed you'd have a reason as to why you shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Ah! Dang, Clavier isn't quite as collected right now. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. You know, I will say, if there's one thing I do miss from the original playthrough, if anyone wants a fun game to play, if you ever look through the thumbnails I made for the Phoenix Wright trilogy, when I put up the VODs, with every subsequent game, I added more foxes to the stand. It's actually probably one of my favorite gags I ever pulled. Was that it's like it goes from like just 1 to like 8, just like 8 by the end of it. It's like every once in a while there'd be a new one, and it's just like it's as this games go on, it just fills up. Let's see, that hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Okay, can I just say, I just noticed the rings on his hand changed fingers. Because those rings move fingers when he gets older.
Objection!
Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. Cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. Doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. I'm fact-checking that the rings. I'm curious. I do want to double check if it's true, because I think it's different. I think it's specifically the one on his index finger moves, because I think it moves to his middle finger. I think. I could definitely be wrong on that. I will be honest. I could be wrong on that one. What if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. I didn't see the change. I wanted to see, because it looks different only because my brain's like, oh yeah, his hand looks different. No, they're the same. Maybe it looks different because of like the rest. Maybe it's just the rest of his outfit's tripping me up. I have them side by side. Maybe his outfit just trips me up. Maybe it's because my brain is looking at his whole fit, and it's like, okay, it's so different. It would be funny though if it's like, oh yeah, it moves because he's like married or something. That'd be hilarious. It's like, oh yeah, it's like on his ring finger at some point. It's like, wait a minute. Like, hang on a second, I can confirm this. He still shot the victim, pal. Single gunshot to the head. One shot. I'm gonna save really quick, but I think I know which one I'm going for. I don't know, it's just funny because I think it's because he looks so different that my brain caught it. God, I love Clavier. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright has gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? Didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention. And read this letter carefully. Clavier's pretty good, though. I'm guessing if this is like an older case... I'm guessing if this is supposed to be like an older case, because I'm guessing that they're emulating the style of the original game, so I'm guessing one of these has to be... At least I'm guessing.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, we're gonna back it up real quick, but... Can I just say, you know what is one thing I caught that's really weird that my brain caught it? That's not the Phoenix Wright voice actor I remember. Because the objection's different from the original trilogy to this one. And and the only reason I caught it is because my brain recognized who the voice actor is, I think. I need to hear it one more time, but I think I know who it is. Where is it? Single gunshot. Obviously. Wait, I just realized Clavier's my second one. My favorite one's in the next game. We're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to find out. I need to find out who this is. I need to see this prosecutor. I will find out in the next game. I must find out. Also, yeah, I was able to confirm it. I know that. I know who this is. I think that's Sam Riegel. Yes, I think that's Sam Riegel who's voicing Phoenix Wright in this game. I'm wondering if I'm barking up the wrong tree here, but...
Objection!
Yeah, that's Sam Riegel, I think. That sounds like Sam Riegel to me, but I think it's only because I'm hearing, like, this particular voice... Like, there's this timbre to his voice that my brain's going, I think that's him. I think I know who that is. I can recognize an objection from a mile away. I can recognize an objection from a mile away, yes. Pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Pistol was found... Pistols fired from the pistol found at the scene. The bullet. Pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What if he shot the victim? He still shot the victim, pal. Okay. What am I pressing here, man? Defendant did was ask him to shot the old man in the forehead. Okay. What am I looking for, man? I'm trying to... what do I need? Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene. The bullet. Let me... Alright, we'll press this one, I guess. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo. That's the one. It's a funny-looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. Oh, it's a flintlock. We compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Okay, I have a question. Why are they firing flintlocks at dawn? Because now I'm kind of confused. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. Okay. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Okay, can I ask about this? Why are you so certain? Okay, let's ask. Let's go. Pile sad as your head been stuck in all this time, pal. You never heard of Zach and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em? Zach and oh god. Rifle, it's supposed to be smoothbore. Well, there's still rifling marks, even if it's smoothbore, but that, like, there are still markings left on bullets if it's a smoothbore pistol, but they're not like, it's not exactly the same kind. Also because I guess now I'm kind of thinking that it might not be a flintlock pistol the same way we think of it. It might be a gun made to look like a flintlock pistol because it looks more dramatic. I mean, look at it. It looks cool. Okay. Okay. Okay, this photograph. This photograph right here. This is the one that made me go, wait a goddamn minute. This is the one that made me stop for a moment when we saw it earlier. Because besides young Valiant looking like that, which is, he kind of looks like the guy from Brother Bear, there's Shady. The person in the middle, that's the person I'm like, okay, wait, who are you? And I recognize the face. It's the face. My brain is going, just like with Shady, I'm like, okay, you. I know you. I know exactly who you are. I know who that is. Then they shoot, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Gramarye stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to the pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. Huh. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. You might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Okay. Intriguing point, well made. Whoa, not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Okay, so now now we have this. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Can I... Oh, because if he shot the clown, he couldn't have shot twice. Because he couldn't have shot 2 times, so...
Objection!
Here we go. Trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and cut him off midway. Jesus. Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds 1 bullet at a time. Ah, god dang gumshoe, poor guy. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Aw, the music. Yarg! That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do is reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove us how he got it. Okay. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. Okay. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and starting record sales. Thanks, Clavier. And utter lack of humility. Oh, what's this? Seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Air Detective was just the warm-up act. Oh, poor Gumshoe. Now the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramarye who shot the victim in the forehead. Okay, here we go. Who's this? Pause for 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. I'm gonna keep it real. If we have to go back to the present day right after this, I'm gonna be a little sad because that means that we're leaving that behind. Oh no. Okay, here we go. We continue. It's 10:30, but I want to keep going because now I'm super curious. I want to know what happens. I want to know more. I want to know. Oh, I haven't thought about that joke in ages. Okay, I need to explain. It's like 3 layers of inside jokes, but basically there was a moment a long time ago. At least for me, it was a long time ago. I remember I came back to I was playing with friends and I came back and they were laughing about something. I said, "What's up?" And they said, "Oh, nothing." And I was like, "Oh, well, I want to know." And they straight up, it was nothing. It was straight up nothing. But they drove my curiosity into madness because it's like they just were like, "Oh yeah, nothing," and they just kept laughing. And I'm like, "I want to know. I want to know." If that isn't just my brain cell at its finest capacity. Very impressive, Mrs. Red. I'd say I expected nothing less. I now see why Zach Gramarye... I guess this would explain why the older Gavin would have been upset to see Zach Gramarye back. Because if he showed up to talk to Phoenix Wright again and played cards and was the second time to play cards with him. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say for now, at least. What's this for now business? Why are we playing this game? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. Oh, so there's a missing gun. 2. Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh my god, Valent, you... Oh, for the Zach and Valent's quick draw thing. Oh no. Oh no. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifique coercing his disciple somehow? So what was going on in the troop Gramarye? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you'll find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you, concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me? Ah, he's laughing. You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifique Gramarye. The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5 or 10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. That Gramarye, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Can I just say, I think Zach Gramarye does kind of look a lot more like an actual magician. But also, the fact they all wear that exact style of cape is kind of hilarious. Like, I think with Trucy, it looks like pretty dang good. Oh, I just realized they have the different suit. Wait, they have the different suits. I need to see Trucy's again, because I feel like I need to see... She has a diamond. Oh my god, I need to go back and see the photo of the troop, because I want to see which people have which suit. I need to see which one is which. Hang on. You know what? I'm gonna try and look up the picture. Please don't spoil me. Okay, Ace Attorney, Hollow, Justice, Group. I can't spell. It's fine. Images. I just want to see... Yeah, the old photo. Let me see something. Okay, so Zach has the clubs. I can't see what... I think Valent has hearts? Oh, but the lady in the middle, her hand covers her freaking thing. It's like, which suit is she? Because if I can match the suit, I might be able to... There's some information there that I want to see. I want to know. I don't need sleep. I need answers. I need to know more. Court is now back in session. Okay, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks. There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard these words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. I will say, you know that thing that Phoenix Wright does where he like rubs his chin that way? I started doing that. After I played the first trilogy, I did start doing that. Actually, as it turns out, funny thing, intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of the troupe Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valiant. Valiant Grammary, so we get to meet the great Magnifique's other disciple. Oh, he still does that. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. I will say, it's kind of funny because every game gives me some little, like, habit or, like, thing to take with me after I'm done. From these games, I got, like, some little, like, ticks, I guess I would call them. You know, things that I started doing. In the case of, like, it's even happened with characters I've written. Because there's a character named Phil in the Green Walker books I wrote. And he does a thing where he runs his hands through his hair a bunch. I think I mentioned it like 10 or, like, there's a bunch of times I mentioned he does it when he's, like, in the middle of actions. It's funny because I started doing it to stop myself from pulling hair. Because I usually, like, kind of, like, scratch in my head sometimes. So I started borrowing my own character's habit. Valiant Grammary, magician. Oh, he's so serious. What the heck? And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. So he has a heart on his chest. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock that night. You're a witness. Does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. He looks so different without facial hair. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? Poor Phoenix. He never gets to escape. Oh, needed some water. Jeez. Okay. We'll take one moment for the ad break, and then we'll keep going. But hopefully we can make some fast moves here, but we'll see. Whew. I will say, we have definitely moved fast today. Which is really cool, but also holy crap. Okay. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Oh, he also got a letter. I see. I see. So they both got letters detailing a plan to come and kill him. I see. Interesting. So that implies... Wait. That's the same letters that Grammary received. Except with a different time. Aha. Yes, or perhaps I should say ta-da. What the heck? He's so yellow. Order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. On 11:20 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. It's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. Okay, let's take... while the ad break's still rolling, but let me... And this is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks. Let's take a look. 11:20 p.m., so 15 minutes. Ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Let me look at both, actually. 11:05. Come on, 13th. My beloved student, Zach. Okay. You know what's funny about this is I'm staring at this and I'm trying to see how this is forged. Like, I know this is the forgery, but I'm really curious how they did it. Requires... okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody, from the ad break. I'm gonna send my boy back for now, because I think I can carry the rest of the case. But to catch everyone back up, so both of them received a note with a 15-minute time difference. Okay, what exactly was your troop Gramarye up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask the students to kill him. Both of them, no less. Just my opinion, Air Judge, but from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. I would honestly say there's definitely some sort of criminal activity going on with some of this. Yeah, this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramarye, stands accused. Tell us why. I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. He's laughing. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time for this part to get this party fired up. Here we go, I guess. So Valent definitely knew something. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But, if your testimony proves to be true, then defend Zach Gramarye is guilty. If it wasn't Zach Gramarye, then the killer was you, Valent. Okay. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Very confusing. Okay, let's start pressing stuff. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Okay. Right. Okay. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double was left, how would that look? Well, I would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went into the designated time, and what did you see? The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. So he had already died by then? So you weren't worried for your own safety at all. And you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. What? Really? Is magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Valent's just like, oh god, wait a minute. Question. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong. Which is it? Mind if I continue? Is it weird that now all of my bad feelings about Valent existing is now being justified? Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. How did you even know about it? There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach had said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Better dig around here a bit more and see what I can turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene, namely the bullet in the pistol, the location of the pistol, number of pistols. Because we heard from Zach there were 2 pistols, and Zach had 1. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valent quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. Yeah, so he already told us that there's 2 pistols. Okay. Okay. So 1 pistol is visible in the photograph. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. Indeed I did. Alakazam. Alakazing. Alakaboom. Okay. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. That one's okay, this one seems pretty easy. What can I do but obey? Yeah, Valent's absolutely just like Magnifi and did some horrible stuff, didn't he? It's occurring to me now, what he said right here. What can I do but obey? That's not just about this, is it? That's not just about about the judge. He absolutely obeyed what he was told to do. With that, I shot the clown. We present the pistol.
Objection!
Hit him with the objection. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. Oh god, here we go. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were the perfect match. Ah. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. If you fired this gun exactly. Order. Alright, here we go. Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
Okay. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifle marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I'm still young. And might I add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. So where is the second gun, anyway? Valent Gramery, yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
Here we go. You'll see in time. Here we go. Testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Here to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin. When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove. Air right? The real fight is about to begin. Here we go. Bring it. Man, Phoenix is really in his game right now. Holy crap. It's kind of fascinating how, like, in his element Phoenix is right now. It's kind of weird. I guess it kind of explains why he became a hobo afterwards. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. Then the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Okay. Okay. Interesting. We're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Air Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for... God dang it, Javier. Here to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single is only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. I mean, to be fair, like, what was it? Summertime Blues is like a minute 30 or something. Stay. Oh, Stay is, I forget the name of the group, the singer. The old song Stay, it was in, Dirty Dancing. And it was only a minute 30? No, that one's the short, because it's the shortest single to ever hit the chart. It's the shortest single. I know that. Why do I know that? My brain just went, wait, why do you know that? Catch the logic of you. So you know that Stay is the shortest single to ever chart in the US charts, but you don't know anything about like half of the things that happen nowadays. Why? I mean, at this point, I can only guess that it's like, you know what? I probably saw it on Spotify. They put those little fun facts up if you do Xbox Spotify. Because I know I used to listen to a lot of music on Spotify with that when I would grind on Dark Souls 3. I used to give little factoids. Tag and clip. Gotta tag that one with the Y. I mean, some songs are quite short. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. Hocus Pocus is also a song. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. Prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. Hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. Lest we blur the focus to this case so clearly demands. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right. That's a reference to Kansas. How many rock song references are there in this one? Or is it just Clavier making rock references? Okay, so we know that. We know that one. Discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. Well, that's vague. Okay. He's quite clear about the time of death, 11:10. I'll press this one. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We usually do only get an estimated time of death true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. It's also green. Why is it green? Recall we heard about earlier about the victim, Magnifi Grammary's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. See the IV bag right there, yes. Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. I don't think that's 100% right, but I also don't know how IV drips work. I've had them done on me a few times, very painfully the last time. And so I could see it. So the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. IV report added. Okay. And so it was when I, Valen, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright, did that seem important? Yes, we'll take it. Seeing as this is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. I think Valen's going to be very upset with that very soon, isn't he? Okay. Water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Okay. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn and discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. Might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valiant won their first Magician's Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. What a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, think 'twas hued especially for me, Valiant. That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valiant sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Wait, the thing is green. It certainly sounds like your lucky color has brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valiant, your lucky color has betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest... Okay, that's right, I got your bases right here. Well, if he's wearing yellow, then his favorite color is yellow, which means that green is not his color. Crime scene photo. Because we need to use the IV bag. Crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Air Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Ugh, God, I miss Smug Wright. Yeah, because it's green. It's green. And go over here. Look at the green IV bag. Look at this. This one I was able to... I could deduce this one. Okay. Valid Grammary, let's get the one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. It's like he just got like pulled out of being in a movie. He's like, yes. Nothing wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright. Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at that IV bag. Ah. He's like, ah, what is this? What? Foul mag... What magic? With a K? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Oh, we got him. Did he just... What? What? Did he just sprout rabbits out his head? Flower? What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. You're telling me he sprouted flowers out his brain? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness is a mistake. Oh, Clavier got hit hard. Jeez. The greener they are, the harder they fall. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well... Ah, I see. The contradiction can only mean one thing.
Objection!
And to think, you almost had me. That's good. I see your true color is now Ace Attorney Phoenix. You call him Ace Attorney for real? Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin. As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Okay. He has a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? Okay, here we go. How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow, but I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? I mean the plastic bag on the hook. It looks like, I want to say light blue. Ah, so the bag is blue, but the stuff is yellow. Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is a liquid's true color. I see. The explanation does have the ring of truth to it. Which means he's...
Objection!
Ah. Which means he saw it outside of... As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? Clavier's like, huh? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? Oh god, here we go. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? Uh-oh. It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Ah. Oh, man, it's so weird to see Clavier not being, like, leading the charge on this. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid is actually yellow? Oh, the pursuit music, baby! We making this man spit rabbits and stuff. Oh yeah! I could live on the pursuit music for a very long time. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Gramarye, has testified the IV liquid is yellow because... well, he had to have seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid is yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in this photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear colorless bag. Suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work in a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. Oh god, here we go. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? Teeny bopper fans?
Objection!
Teeny bopper? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sands remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, I remember it well. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Oh god, here we go. Let me get this straight here, right? Oh man, I love it when these cases zoom. Because you're just like, dude, I just wanted... this is going so fast, I love it. Saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. God dang it, right?
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag, quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. Amateurs. I at least would have had some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added a liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Oh god, we're moving so fast. Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Here we go. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid. All I had to do is work a little magic, and the prop was... oh, it's the syringe, because been washed shows no sign of use. It's probably the only... it's the only one we have, though. Okay. Victim syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? Oh yeah, because it's supposed to be filled with insulin. Had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Ah, it was cleaned out before it was seen. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. He's letting out more birds. How many birds are now in this courtroom? I see. Okay. And that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings us to our trial to a close for today. Oh, maybe I could squeeze an extra day out of this. Do a little much-needed investigation work. See, there are no objections. Court is oh god, here we go. Oh, Gavin, what are we doing? Truly, there is no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. What? A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? Phoenix is just like, dude, I thought I got this one. You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Oh, this is one of those misdirections. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Air Judge. I have another way to prove my case. Okay, what do you got? With evidence, no less. Oh, a diary. What's this? This is the victim, Magnifique Gramarye's diary. Oh, a diary. Well, that's good. After going to the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. Okay. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. Seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request. Sadly, it does not. What's more important here is on the last page. Apparently the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? The night's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest of them. The first should come soon. The journal may end or it may go on, but not long. It depends on his hand. All that's left is mine is to lay down this pen. Okay. The court accepts this into evidence. And we have the last page, so read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, it may go on, but not for long. It depends on his hand. All, of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zach Gramarye. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. Okay. Interesting. Look what he said before that. This journal may end here, it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Gramarye intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarye didn't pull the trigger. The defense understands the meaning of this. Okay. Here we go. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarye. Okay, so... Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifique Gramarye wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor. Zach Gramarye. Well, how do you like me now, Airite? Still too green for your taste? But Phoenix doesn't know it's forged evidence. That he'd overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. The diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Show evidence. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. This is what happened to Phoenix. He got handed fake evidence and he didn't know about it. Don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown in court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving the diary didn't end with this page is... this. Well, it has to be the page itself. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? Did you not see it when you held it? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. I see. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramarye. That's his defense's position. Wait, let me see that. Even the page tear is pretty seamless. What, Sam Hill? Why, this is a continuation of the victim's diary. Javier? I have a question. Why? Note the torn edges of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Gramarye. Okay. The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Uh-oh. You know what's worse is now that I understand what happened in the case... Oh my god, Phoenix got played. That's the problem. Phoenix got played so hard. How... Oh no. Oh my god. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist. Could you, Airwright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? This silence, I love it. Here we go. There, Judge. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? Prosecution would like to call in a new witness. But, Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Okay. So this is what happened. This is exactly what happened. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. Who is the surprise witness? Had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. You! Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. Why does he look like that? A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Ah. Yes. Yes, sir. Because he's an artiste. Actually, no, it's more specifically his eyes. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? Well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Uh-oh. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How is that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh yeah. I mean, I made it. You what? You made it? Yep, Phoenix Wright got... This is how Phoenix Wright gets played. Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramarye. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, drew Misham as another side, you might say. He's skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? And Phoenix Wright got Phoenix Wright got taken down. Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, or Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That, I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want, and they receive my payment. And I receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. I see. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence in this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. They literally made Trucy give him the evidence that broke his career. It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. But who? Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal, too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. You cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. Damn it, ODaM, to make Phoenix lose his career. I wish I could stop this. Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. See no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. So is that... So... Somebody wanted to get Phoenix out of the way? Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Is it bad of me to think that whoever wanted Phoenix out of the way needed him out of the way to commit a certain crime? This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Ah, Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zach. There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. Just you wait. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict? Your defendant does not exist. Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar, The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. What the heck? Bail, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. Man, that day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigmar, aka Zach Grammary, did not just escape from court. He literally unbelievably vanished right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Grammary miracle. Oh, you spoiled yourself. It does happen sometimes. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. Man, that's how it all happened. The trial of magician Zach Grammary vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind are all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Ooh. Okay, so we're gonna cliffhanger this right here. Oh man. Also, I will say, I appreciate I do think that the back half of this game absolutely cooks a lot harder than the front half. And I think I figured out why. I think I figured out what exactly was like kind of hitting me. I think the first two cases of this game, I think, at least from what I've seen, it seems to me that the first two cases feel like they're trying to warm you up with Apollo first. But I think the last two cases just lean into what makes Ace Attorney so good. And lets the mysteries start spiraling fast. Like, that they start going off in crazy directions and there's so much happening that they allow these individual stakes of each case to drive up. I think this case feels a bit similar to the final cases of the other games. And I think that this one, I think it's a matter of pacing in the first two cases that then once you get to the back half, it's like, okay, yeah, now we're cooking with gas. We're moving. But I think in some ways it might just be because the game it's trying to get you ready because it's not sure if you're a new player or not. So I can see that. I can understand why they did it the way they did, and I don't think I can blame the game. So many times I want to just present panties for holes. It only worked if it was in the evidence, unfortunately. Such a shame. All right. I need to be better about rating out, so I'm gonna look and see who's on. But thank you all for coming by. Thank to everybody who came by, couldn't stay to the end. So tomorrow we're gonna do more of Fuga 2, Fuga Melodies of Steel 2. And Sunday, we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel with the chat. I'll open up a lobby of sorts, and we will do stuff. I am gonna spend parts of this week trying to get some stuff ready so I can open packs at the beginning of stream. I like the idea of every time I do a stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I, have the materials to make a new deck and just play it against you guys. See if I can play a brand new strategy that I've never seen before. So we're gonna try and do that. So Sunday, make sure you bring your dueling face. I'll be ready. Let's see, anything else? And Thursday, I won't be streaming it, but I will be trying to keep people appraised. I have a cozy suggestion if you don't find a target. I'm ready for that one. Let's take your suggestion. I'm ready. We'll go there instead, because I'm indecisive. But I won't be streaming the Game Awards because I'm not really like that. Caro Komi. Okay. Copy. Very, very good. We'll go there. So Thursday I won't be streaming, but I will be online. So I'll try to keep people appraised if they're not able to watch the Game Awards. I'll be discussing the gaming stuff in the Discord. Alrighty. Let's go see. Paste. Caro me. Alice Madness returns. Oh man, I haven't thought about this game in ages. Dang, son. That's an old classic. That's what they call a certified hood classic, if I understand it. All right. Well, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by and couldn't stay to the end. I think this game picks up at the end. I really like this one. Alrighty. So, let's go raid out. Now and whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.